Please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion!
It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
Will get the match start at the bar.
To win a week for the first time. Great champions here.
25 stops.
You are our champion.
It's Cole Wilkinson!
It's a win for Wilkie! And another one for Yorkshire. Keegan rolls back the Neil Duff.
Will get a match start at the bar, and there it is! Neil Duff.
David Pallett!
At long last, it's glory for David Pallett.
Jensen Walker. Young man are our champion.
David Evans!
25 stops.
Jamie
For a
Owen!
first weekly win.
Game start.
And the man, Tom Sykes.
It's an awesome fourth title for Tom Sykes.
Derek Coulson!
This is DC's universe.
Derek Coulson, 5-star performer.
Alex Small!
Heavenly from that Welshman.
Charlie Manby!
Big opportunity.
Pop the cork.
And the match.
Champagne Charlie Manby.
Dean Finn.
Champions Week is now complete.
This is the trophy they are playing for. 10 names on it in the previous 11 series. Only Luke Littler has won it on more than one occasion. Jensen Walker has the opportunity to become a two-time champion come the end of the week. But who is going to write their name into the Super Series history books? We're about to find out. The opening day of Champions Week is about to get underway here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and every single dart is live here on Pluto TV. Hello, good morning. A last chance to write your name into the Super Series history books has cometh here. 12 players vying for the £25,000 cheque and the prize that comes with it. World champions have picked this trophy up, and we've got a world champion with us in the studio on this Champions Week Monday. It's a very good morning to Scotty Dog Mitchell, and well, there's some serious names on this. We've got Darius Labanowskis, who's going to be on tour next year, of course. Luke Littler, the reigning world champion, the two-time winner of this, and Marvin van Velzen, of course, the tour card holder himself. This trophy very much holds its weight in gold now, doesn't it?
It really does, and holds itself a massive position within darts as a sport and darts as a game. And this is starting to be on every dart player's bucket list to come here, not just play here at the Super Series, but be here on a Champions Week.
So 12 players in action at Champions Week, and this is how the field looks, and this is how they got here. It started with Carl Wilkinson in week 1. That was all the way back in September. Dean Finn, only 48 hours ago, booked his place through on Saturday night. We've got Champions League regulars in the case of Tom Sykes. Derek Coulson's here for a 5th consecutive occasion, whilst Jensen Walker is looking to do something that only Luke Littler has done in the past, and that is pick up 2 Super Series titles. So those are the players in the field. This is how the tournament bracket looks. So the 12 players were determined by the average of the week that they won. Now, David Pallett actually had the highest running average of the 12 players, but elected to decline his invitation into Group A. So his average was deleted, and he will kick off in Group C on Thursday afternoon. Your usual regulars, the likes of Derek Coulson, Charlie Manby, Tom Sykes, they're in Group A, with Neil Duff in a 5th Champions Week himself in Group B. Jensen Walker, of course, looking for that 2nd consecutive title. So Derek Coulson goes off as the favourite to win this week, Scott, in a 5th consecutive Champions Week. He's had his scrapes here in the past. Can he go a couple better this time?
I don't see any reason why not. When he comes here, he never fails to deliver. It's one of those places that seems to suit his game, suits how he plays. He looks very comfortable this morning out in the players' room, been out and had a chat with him. And yeah, you look at him and go, you know exactly what he does. He does exactly what it says on the tin. Is that going to be enough this time? Well, we'll find out at the end of the week.
So Derek Coulson goes off the favourite to win this Champions League, but there's plenty of runners and riders in action. Sam Mulliner and Laura Turner are both part of our team this week. Sam, it feels like as open a Champions Week as we've ever seen.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. One of the most competitive Champions Week fields for certain. Laura Turner is alongside me. Laura, it's a busy and a very big period of time for Charlie Manby.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And the success that he's had here and the levels of performance that we've seen from him, he's one of those players that he's always on the tip of our tongues as one that's getting better and better each time. And we've got an expectation when he comes here at the Super Series now because of not just what he's done here, but what he's doing away from the Live Lounge. So very excited to see how he gets on.
Will it be difficult for him to maintain full focus with maybe half an eye on the World Championship?
Perhaps, but you've got to look at this. This is a separate tournament. It's a great opportunity. There's massive prize money, massive prestige on the line, and what better way to set up for such a tournament as a World Championship as to get a win here at the Super Series in Champions Week.
For Tom Sykes, I kind of get the impression he puts a lot of pressure on himself, but he'll definitely be feeling that it's about time he won a series here.
Yeah, and he's come desperately close on a couple of occasions, hasn't he? And, for me, one of the ones going into this week as a tournament favourite, and rightly so, because, again, a bit like Charlie, he seems to have, been a player that's come here first time round, a bit tentative, got better and better. Now he's playing for England. He's got his sights set on going to Q School, getting himself a tour card. And it wouldn't surprise any of us if he did, because, again, the progress that we've seen from him and the talent that he's got wouldn't surprise me if he does that. But it's all about this weekend. It wouldn't surprise me if he does just make it, and pick up the trophy at the end.
Henry mentioned about Jenson Walker as well, and he's the only one with series winning form here, I suppose, and he's flying on the WDF of late, so serious form lines for Jenson. Yeah,
again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it is another, up and coming young player, but not just that, he's a proven winner. He's literally just come back from the Czech Republic, got that title out there, beat a very good player in James Beaton in the finals, so it's it's hard enough winning this once. To do it twice, there's only one player that's ever done that before, and we all know what he went on to do. So if Jenson could do that, wow. And now, again, another platform, another springboard, looking forward to the World Championships.
The countdown to Champions Night is very much on, Henry.
Sam, thank you. We'll see you in commentary throughout the course of the day. Let's have a look at the all-important odds then, Scott. We said that Derek Coulson goes off the favourite, but as always with Champions Week, there's always one or two players that can perhaps go under the radar in the odds. Is there anybody that potentially could this week?
Look, it's a Champions Week. So they're all champions who have made it. They've all won something to have been here. So I think that there's always the potential of that. I find a big surprise Keegan Brown down there at 25 to 1. If he's seen that in the back room, he's like, oh yeah, this is what you think of me? And I think that could actually make him play a bit better than he usually would. So I think looking at it, there's scope and there's quality and there's value everywhere within that group.
Scott, we've been here from the very start. We saw that man there, Conan Whitehead, pick up the first trophy. And when you consider where it's gone from Series 1 to Conan to Jess Smith now in Series 11, how this place has grown, that small acorn that's grown into the great big tree that is the Modus Super Series, it's gone from strength to strength. It's
bigger than a tree. It's a whole woodland now for the dart players that are out there. Everybody is now putting the Super Series on their bucket list. They want to come here, they want to play here. They're hearing how great it is to play here. It's set up for dart players to play their best, and dart players want no more than to play in that atmosphere. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series throughout the course of this Champions Week. And we're going to get underway with a meeting between Derek Coulson, hoping that fifth time is the charm here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His opening assignment is against David Evans. He played in the first Champions Week of the year. He's playing in the last Champions Week of the year. And earlier on this morning, both players had a chat with Sam Mulliner to assess their chances this Champions Week.
David Evans, welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. How's the form?
Yeah, going very well. Playing a lot of the ADC Vault stuff, as well as practicing myself, so it's going very, very well.
Have you been keeping to tabs with the developments here across the series against your potential competitors this week? It's been a while since you won your week.
Yeah, I've had a little look. I watched Tom Winners and Charlie, and sort of I think I watched the semi-finals of Dean's last game. But yeah, just keeping little tabs and just having a look what they're doing elsewhere as well. Yeah.
Derek Coulson, welcome back to Champions Week, your 5th consecutive appearance. About time you won one of these things, isn't it?
It is. That's what I'm planning to do this week. Form's good, practice is good, so yeah, hopefully bring it on.
What is it about this place that brings out the best in you?
The practice room, the stage, it's set up perfect to play darts. I like to be able to practice before I go up onto the stage to play. So the environment is set up perfectly for the way I play.
So here we go. Champions Week is about to get underway, and the first match is a meeting between David Evans and Derek Coulson. For Derek, he's looking to finally get his hands on the Super Series trophy. David Evans, it'd be one of the biggest trophies he's ever won in his career. Opening up the batting in the commentary box and hopefully doing a better job than Zach Crawley is Laura Turner and Sam Mulliner. Morning, guys.
Thank you, Henry. What a start this is to Champions Week. And as he did the last time he was here, Derek Coulson has hit a 9-darter in practice. So an early marker for DC. He did the same on his way to winning his week, where he defeated Mark Dudbridge in the final. He'll be bringing half of Market Drayton with him on Saturday if he makes it, that is for certain. But David Evans, a fierce competitor in his own right, is Stretch, making the trip from Preston after coming through an equally competitive week. What a way this is to start Champions Week. And Laura, an early opportunity as we see our referee, our official for the next few days, Andrew Culling, told me earlier this morning he's a Sunderland fan, so no one's perfect. But this is a cracking way to start Champions Week and should go a long way to see who could potentially win Group A.
It's funny when we were talking earlier and the names that you're just reeling off who are participating in this Champions Week. It is so difficult to pick a winner, and it's going to come down, in my opinion, to really fine margins. I can see a lot of these groups running really tight. Yes, there are some firm favourites, and there are a few players that we haven't seen here at the Super Series for a while, winning back in weeks 1, 2, 3. But one thing we do know, I think this week, whoever gets through the field, picks up that title, they would have really had to have earned it.
93.
Solid start for a solid player in Derek Coulson.
$59.
Evans just with some early sighters.
$41.
Such a competitive Group A. That's before we even take a look at Groups C and B over the course of Thursday
60.
and Friday. We've not had a Group A winner go on to win a week here in Series 12. Could that end on Champions Week?
Feels like a bit of a poison chalice, doesn't it? But if anyone can do it, because the last person that actually did it, who's on the stage right now, is probably Derek Coulson. We have to go all the way back to when Derek did it previously. But yeah, this season,
140.
this series, it just
Derek, you require
hasn't
87.
worked for anyone.
Yeah, week 9 of Series 11, Derek Coulson won Group A, went on to win the week, defeating Andreas Harrison in the final.
82.
Just going low, a snatchy dart on double 5. Allows Evans half a chance. And just for a minute there, that half a chance looked like it was developing into
94.
a big chance.
Derek, you require 5.
Made sure of the single number. And you feel that should be a good guide for Derek,
3.
but just pops it up a little bit too high.
David, you require 52.
Now this is a chance for Evans for an early break of throw. He's not hanging around his stretch.
David Evans.
Coulson
Second
shaky
leg,
on the
David
doors,
2 for
uncharacteristically
first.
so.
Game on.
Evans steps in.
Yeah, Derek Coulson, when he's here at the Live Lounge, he's kind of become synonymous with these
100.
kind of big mid-90s range. It's the consistency that he finds when it comes to the averaging. That's what we come to expect from him. And I guess even you can forgive any player, first game out, Champions Week, a few shaky
41.
throws at a double, but we just never expect it from a player like Derek.
Well, you say that. If you cast your mind back to his winning week,
95.
he had a horrible Monday. Didn't play that bad. Only won one game and was always playing catch-up. Went on to finish second in the group.
134.
But just goes to show a long week ahead of these players here. And Evans is starting very brightly.
96.
When you join a week in Group A, it very much is more of a marathon than a sprint.
$100.
Evans just pacing himself nicely here. Both of these players throw at a similar pace.
140.
Evans starting really impressively following that early breaker throw. Coulson is up against it.
96. David, you require 70.
Well, this for 2-0 in our opening match. He's missed the single number. It's a big slip and an opportunity
30.
here for Derek Coulson to
Derek,
back
you
on
require
even terms.
130.
And after a couple of sloppy efforts in the opening leg, it really wouldn't be a surprise to see this ball go. It
83.
dipped low. You can see the grimace on Derek's face there.
David,
He
you
was
require 40.
less than chuffed with that effort. Evans returns for tops for 2-0. Tens would do it. And
Game
tens
shot on
he
the second
gets.
leg.
2-0 Evans.
David Evans. Third leg, Derek 2 for row first. Game on.
Derek Coulson had plenty of chances in that opening leg. And finds the first 180 of Champions Week.
Well, he hit one in practice. He's a third of the way there now. He's in a great space at the
100.
moment, Derek. Playing really well, as I mentioned to him this morning, as he goes 4 in. I don't think that fifth one is quite there somehow.
140.
That's a little bit off, but great recovery with the last. 180, 140. Derek Coulson just looking for a way back
58.
into this match.
There's something about this place where Derek Coulson really comes to life. Has shown a tremendous commitment to the Modus Super Series, as I mentioned, as we were chatting to Derek this morning. Obviously, he's not played any ADC, he's not played any WDF, didn't go to Q school at the start of this year, so there was no challenge taught. His sole focus this
60.
year has been to win a
Derek,
series
you
here.
require 76.
And again, just these comes down to the finishing stages, and there's a few slips early doors from Coulson, but a great recovery, and it's double 12.
64.
Plenty of time on his side, but Derek Coulson, 5 opportunities at a double, and just the one, sorry, none taken as yet.
140. Derek, you require 12.
This time then for Derek.
Game shot on
And
the
there
third
he
leg.
finds it.
Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson gets his Champions Week campaign up and running.
Fourth leg, David 2 for row first.
Yeah, registers his
Game on.
first leg of the week with 13 data.
125.
David Evans, though, no stranger to a Champions Week here himself. See, back in Series 10, where he was knocked out in Group C.
131.
The series went on to be that of Jensen Walkers, who we'll see on Thursday and Friday, of course. Jensen will probably be grateful he's not in Group A himself after his exploits at the weekend.
58.
He's in flying form.
Yeah, the amount of confidence that Jensen's probably going to be bringing with him when he arrives in a couple of days' time. Off the back of winning that
140.
Czech Open title.
$59.
Chance for Derek now to really work his way back into this match. As he revealed at the top of the show, Derek's entry to Q School is in. And he promised me he's going to be a lot busier next year.
Well, that's the thing. We quite often see players when they're finding their top levels, they are playing a lot of darts. So the fact that Derek is consistently, he's doing it again now, he's averaging just around 96.5. He finds these averages so regularly. And the fact that he's not playing a great deal of darts, I mean, it kind of doesn't make as much sense as what we normally see from players. Normally, the more you play, the better you get.
He's averaging 97, and yet it doesn't feel
98.
like a vintage Derek Coulson performance, which maybe is ominous signs for the rest of the field here. But Evans continues to plug away. And he is bang there should an opportunity present itself.
88.
Double seven.
Game
Double
shot on the
sevens
fourth
pin for an
leg.
80 check out.
Derek Coulson.
Back level at 2 apiece, and Derek Coulson
Fifth leg, Derek
that in
2
15 to back up the 13 data we saw the leg before.
We just did see a glimpse there, Laura, of David Evans' shoes. Always like to bring them up, especially when I spoke to him this morning. You will not see anything shinier on stage. Even the trophy doesn't sparkle as bright as David Evans' shoes.
Footwear has definitely become a
99.
big topic of conversation. As you can see, the extraordinarily shiny shoes up on the stage, Dave Evans. But it has become the new kind of extra darting accessory. We've always talked about the shirts, we've talked about the flights. Now it's all about the shoes.
140.
You get the sense now the tide may have potentially turned in
59.
this match. After Evans made the early running at the expense of some slapdash finishing from Coulson. Derek doesn't like that one. Can't leave a finish this time. So
52.
there is still a bit of hope here for Evans. Needs a real strong visit here.
A really inviting first start for Dave Evans. Plenty of space left in the bed.
100.
Yeah, and I think he'd be disappointed after that first start landed the way it did.
He would have banked on
81.
at least another one following in with that opening treble 20, but Coulson saying that as you would with that one. Evans makes them follow.
140. Derek, you require 135.
That visit there, Evans just reminding Coulson he's there to pounce if this doesn't go. And after that first one, not going to go, but should be on something handy if he gets back to the oche.
$95. David, you require 103.
This would be a statement. Looking at treble 20 to leave double 12. Double 12, the target for a huge break of throw.
91.
That was a huge opportunity for Evans.
Derek, you require 40.
Coulson can't afford to miss this. It's tops.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
tops he
leg.
gets for 3-2.
Derek Coulson.
Crucial hold for Coulson.
Yeah, and you may be wondering how costly
Sixth leg, David,
that
2
one
for
dart
first.
for Dave Evans
Game on.
will end up being. The formula for Dave Evans now is simple. Hold a throw here, break a throw. But it's simple to say. It may not be quite as easy to do.
82.
Coulson from a position of being 2-0 down, reeled off the last 3 legs.
100.
Yeah, winning those 3 legs in 13, 15 and 16 darts.
Evans currently averaging around the
140.
89-90 mark. This has been a high standard to start Champions Week.
Well, 100.
Coulson unfortunate not to find that second treble.
$55.
Bit of a slip there for Dave Evans, and if Derek Coulson can find a couple of trebles here, then Evans could be in all sorts of trouble in this opening match.
100.
Another level ton for Derek Coulson, who has plenty of experience of Group A's here now. He'll tell himself he's not a morning person.
140.
I can empathise with that.
It looks like we could be going to an early morning last leg shootout.
100.
Although that last start of the
David
visit there
require
just keeps
84.
Coulson handy should this 84 not go. No interest in the treble there. He's all about the ball.
59.
It was a valiant effort. But this
Derek, you require 101.
is for the match. Gets the treble 14. Match dart incoming for Derek Coulson.
Game shot.
Match dart
And a match.
found. That
Derek
was
Coulson.
clinical. And Derek Coulson is on his way. An opening Champions Week success at the expense of a very game David Evans. That was a high quality affair to lay down a marker here in Series 12's Champions Week. Derek Coulson, 96 average, and yet you feel like there was a bit more to give. Evans with just shy of 90 himself. But coming up after the break, we get our first look at Tom Sykes and Champagne Charlie Manby.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion.
Jeff Smith!
Welcome back. That is the prize on offer this week. Magnificent trophy. As we now get our first look at Messrs Sykes and Manby. Tom Sykes, a 4-time weekly winner. He will be desperate to win the big one here this week against Charlie Manby, the rising star. Really starting to blossom. He's had 2 bites of the cherry this series as Charlie Manby. Still at the age of 20. Winning week 11. Beating Scott Campbell. It was a really interesting night of darts because it could have been so different for Charlie. Really struggled in the group stages, but as soon as he managed to get out of the group, Laura, he absolutely powered through the rest of the field.
First leg, Tom, to
Yeah, there was no looking back, was there, for Charlie Manby once he'd got past that point. But it was probably an evening of 2 halves. Did just enough to make it through to the semi-finals. But then, yeah,
121.
after that, then obviously the rest is history, and he's here at Champions Week. But he's a name when he comes into the Super Series building. Everyone's
59.
quite excited when both these players, to be fair, make their way back down to Portsmouth.
139.
For Charlie, he might just have half an eye on a draw that's taking part elsewhere later on today. But
58.
for Tom Sykes, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't want it more. He will be desperate to win this week.
140.
And it's a shining example in this opening leg
42.
that Tom Sykes possesses all the quality to do so.
54.
Quite often when we have a regulation series week, we think there's potential that a player could really take control of a group early on. I don't see this as being one of those groups, but this is already a solid performance from Tom Sykes. I just think there's too much quality for any one player to really run away with it.
Yeah, it would certainly be a big surprise
90.
to see 28-30 points on display over the next 3 days. 5-5 for Sykes. Could get a little bit awkward. Big number acquired.
6.
Well, the double doesn't go.
Charlie requires 72.
Much like in our opening match, there's half a chance for an early break of throw.
54. Tom, you require 4.
Tom Sykes chasing this double right around the board.
Game shot on the
Does
first
find
leg.
it. Last start of
Tom
asking.
Sykes.
Double one.
They can both
Second
see the
leg,
funny
Charlie
side.
2 for row first. Game on.
I don't think we'll see many legs this week that'll be won on double one.
100. $137.
No problem with the scoring early doors for Sykes. Manby's isn't too bad either.
140. $180.
Maximum number 2 in this match. First one for Tom Sykes, but
41.
quite often, well, I said it in the first match, you know, I always see these Group A's as that marathon, not the sprint, but these two are racing into some high quality matches already.
Again, much as we
134.
saw in the first match, the pace of both suited each other. The pace is lifted in this one, but again, it will suit the pair of them.
54. Charlie, you require 86.
Oh, there's a parity. Oh, it's one dart. It's at the ball.
61. Tom, you require
Grazed the
72.
wire of the centre of the board, and Sykes now looking at double 12. Good guide.
60.
Couldn't utilise it.
Charlie, you require
A reprieve
25.
for Manby, who gets another chance to bring us level.
Game shot on the second leg. Charlie
No
Manby.
mistake this time from Charlie Manby. And Tom Sykes,
Third leg, Tom 2 for row
only
first.
2 legs in.
Game on.
There's 1 from 9 on the doubles. So it's very much got a similar vibe to that opening match, hasn't it?
134.
Derek Coulson missing a lot of opportunities early on, but then warming to the task as he went past Dave Evans.
140.
And with the quality of these two as well, as Sykes fills it up
180.
for the third consecutive leg. We've seen
85.
a maximum, but it wouldn't be a surprise, Laura, if this was, or this week was the last time we saw either of these two, with Q School on the horizon in the early stages of next year.
57.
It would not be a surprise in the least to see at least one of these get their tour card.
180.
I absolutely agree.
Tom, you require
I
130.
think there will be a few Super Series regulars that may get their tour card. And it's ball for Sykes.
105. Charlie, you require
Landed in
96.
a similar place to Charlie Manby's attempt earlier.
Game shot on the third leg.
That
Charlie Manby.
is a 12-dart break of throw. Serious quality for a
Fourth
Manby.
leg, Charlie 2 for row first.
There's been 4
Game on.
180s in 3 legs. The record is 9,
60.
which we saw equalled last week by one of our competitors here this week as well.
180.
Make that number 5.
140.
I've got a feeling that the players in the practice area may just have their attention piqued by this particular performance.
100. $97.
Yeah, both players finding massive scores, but it's Charlie Manby that's just been that bit more accurate when it's come to the finishing.
97.
Considering the first leg of the match was so scrappy with a plethora of missed darts at double, they've both upped their average. Both are just averaging just shy of a
60.
ton.
Tom, you require 124.
This would be for a 12-dart break of his own. Sykes needs treble 18, but it can't be found.
50. Charlie, you require 144.
Oh, Sykes with a real opportunity to break back
84.
to achieve parity
Tom, you
once
require
again in match
74.
number 2.
Steps across. Looks at Tops.
Then
Finds
showing a
Tops.
Tom
No
Sykes.
quarter given from either.
Fifth leg, Tom.
And this
to
match has
Thoreau
really
first.
caught fire. This is serious quality. Following on from an opening salvo of 96.42 average from Derek Coulson.
91.
This one delicately poised.
60.
And I think it's just going to be the odd treble-less visit that we just saw there from Charlie Manby that make all the difference, because
100.
scoring phases from both these players have been exceptional.
96.
Once again, Sykes just elects to step across instead of
60.
switching, which proves a bit fruitless on this occasion. Manby is all over it.
180.
Levels up there, 180 tally at 3 apiece.
3 away from
100.
equaling the record. This match has a
133.
4-3 feel
Tommy
about it
required
already,
150.
even though we're only at 2 legs apiece.
Although if Charlie
86.
Manby can convert this double 16,
Charlie
it'll be a
required
break, and
32.
he will have the opportunity to serve out the match.
Game shot on the
Absolutely no issues
leg.
with the doubles for
Charlie
Charlie
Manby.
Manby. He's 3 from 6. He's at 50%.
sixth leg. Charlie to Thoreau first. Game on.
And Charlie has sustained an average of around about 97. Whereas Tom's has just dipped ever so slightly.
180.
But this is a match of real fine margins.
89.
And despite finding that trouble with the first start, a slip with the next 2. Charlie Manby, look at that.
85.
Scoring the 180 count. 4 for Charlie Manby, 3 for Tom Sykes. But it's the other columns, isn't it? The accuracy. There have been very few treble-less visits for both players.
100.
So close to another,
Charlie
but it was
required
needed
136.
for Sykes. Manby
96.
really starting to assert at the opportune moment. What pressure can Sykes apply
100. Charlie required 40.
for the match?
Game
Manby
shot. And the match.
pings Tops
Charlie
at the
Manby.
first time of asking. And from a 96 average in a 4-2 win from Derek Coulson, Charlie Manby more or less averages a ton in a 4-2 win over Tom Sykes. That was seriously impressive from both players. A fantastic match won by Charlie Manby. After the break, we see Keegan Brown. He plays Dean Finn.
Charlie required 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Porto. It's Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Charlie Manby got off to a statement start. A 4-2 victory over Tom Sykes, an average of just under the ton. 4 from 7 on his doubles, 4 180s as well in that contest. Third up, it is a meeting of pink and blue as Brown takes on Finn, the final match of the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning. Keegan Brown in his first Champions League, both players debutants in the big red carpet occasion here on the South Coast. Keegan's known since the middle of September he was going to be here. As to Dean Finn, he only found out 36 hours ago he was going to be playing today. Had to beg, borrow, steal some time off with his boss back in Ireland, but managed to get all that sorted. It was his birthday yesterday and spent it enjoying the sights of Portsmouth courtesy of his hotel room. The 28-year-old from Waterford. For him, the biggest opportunity he has had so far in his career. Up against Keegan Brown, a former World Youth Champion, that 11 years ago now. And he was rather emotional when he picked up the Week 2 trophy, beating Jimmy Van Schie in the final in the process.
Game on.
For Dean Finn, he had to beat the reigning Lakeside Boys Youth Champion in Archie Self in the final on Saturday evening. And week 12 does tend to be a week where players tend to have success when they do play week 13 thereafter. Scott Taylor has won a series from week 12. Cam Crabtree's made a final from week 12. And of course, the first winner for week 12 was a man who sat in this very commentary box, Chris Mason.
45.
Such was his surprise that he had to try and get a couple of commentary shifts off for Champions Week.
Yeah, week 12 has been a kind of a lucky week for some. I spoke to Dean earlier. I met him a couple of years ago, first time playing international darts, and just a likeable fella he is. Absolutely passionate about the game, a likeable fella. And as you said, yesterday he had a decision. He had a flight booked at 10 o'clock yesterday morning to go home, but it would mean he could have gone home, spent 5 hours with his family, and jumped back on a flight to come back in the evening. So, and obviously booking at late times, it's, you know, the price of it and everything. So he elected to stay here, stay a little bit more focused. But I know hopefully his family are going to come home over at the end of the week because he's missing them. And you do get a bit homesick doing these sort of things. We talk about the travel and how difficult it is for players, and it's even the same for ones coming here to the live lounge.
140.
Well, Stephen, first opportunity on a finish. 140 for the opening leg. Not to be this time. And so Brown will have a look at the 134 to get an opening
62.
leg break to his name.
Keegan, you require 134.
not to be. And so Finn should get a dart here, at the very least at double top, to take the opening leg. And by hitting that single one, it's left Keegan Brown, yes, on a 2-figure outshot, but a free dart finish on 99 if he comes back. Finn looking at double top to put himself on top and to win the opening leg.
Yeah, it's a good hole to throw.
Second leg, Keegan to throw first.
From Dino. Like I say, I've been impressed with what I've seen with him in the last couple of years. He's been, you know, at the moment there's a big influx of
60
of Republic of Ireland players coming through, and he's part of that. It's all down to they've got a lovely system over there at the moment where it's been developed over the last couple of years. They've got their own internal ranking system, and you have to turn up to these ranking systems to be eligible for the national team and so on and so forth. And so it is quite open that anybody can go to these said tournaments, and I think they're benefiting from it as a country of developing and finding these players that their new system is finding them, and they're coming to the top end of it, and it's brilliant for them.
And without getting too political about the point,
96.
But they work with the players as well. So they'll look at the calendar, they'll see when, for example, things like challenge tours are, when other big tournaments take place. And so when there's gaps in the calendar, that's when they're going to play their big tournaments. That's why we see an influx of players playing it. And for them, the Irish ranking events, they're as big as anything that they play throughout the course of the year, because, as you say, the prizes that are at stake. Big prize at stake for Dean Finn this week, and he's looking to open up a 2-0 lead. Triple 17 leaves the ball, a famous Champions Week winning outshot, but it's not going to be found this time.
53.
Yeah, so Keegan Brown comes in looking for the 127. Treble 19. Not to go, 88 left, so he'll either go treble 16 or go back to the treble 20.
99.
That dart was lovely there to be used, wasn't it? So
68.
He sat there waiting. Is he going to get back?
Well, this is to take full charge of the contest. Tops.
28.
Just above the bar, and so Brown is going to get a look 28. At double 14. Straight down the pipe.
Game shot on the second.
And straight back into the game. 1-1.
I did an exhibition with Keegan a couple of weeks ago, actually. You love your local football, and we were at Sholin.
Yes.
FC, and yeah, what an excellent night we had. Brilliant. Some of the players came along and everything, and Keegan and I did the exhibition. It was really good fun. I bought £10 worth of raffle tickets, and I won a Sholin hat and scarf, so I am now, and mug, so I am officially a Sholin supporter now as well.
A boatman.
I'm a boatman indeed, yes. There were boatman posters and stuff all up around the place. It was really good. But Keegan and I got a long chat, and he's gone down a couple of grams on the way to dart lately, and gone down to a 20 gram from a 22, and he's finding it easier to control the dart, which is great. He lost his way a little bit, but he's definitely on his way back. There's no two ways about it, and he absolutely pummeled me in a game that we had together. So he looked in good nick a couple of weeks ago. And I know that he was really looking forward to this week, and is very proud to be a weekly winner.
I was speaking to Keegan this morning. I'll let you into a little bit of a secret. Both players have had to come from across the water to be here. Dean from across the Irish Sea, Keegan Brown from across the Solent. And I was the bagsy in terms of the person to pick him up from the ferry port this morning. And he was just saying that, do you know what? Even though it shouldn't feel this way, he feels like this is a little bit of a free hit this week. Yes, he knows his pressure on it because of what he's done before, but he feels like 47. In comparison to what he's done this year, he feels like there's no pressure from himself on his shoulders to perform.
Do you know what? And as a player, that is a lovely place to get yourself. It really is. Because that's how you rise, the meteoric rise to being whatever you become. It starts with no pressure. Dean Finn here, struggling to hit big numbers.
17.
And sometimes that can then bounce back at you on the double, which it did there. So he offers an opportunity to Brown. Treble 16 he's going to go. Double top it is.
67.
So Finn now, you feel, has to finish this off.
So double 16 to put himself 2-1 to the good. double 8, but because of the way Dart 2's gone into the ball, the flight's in the way of the target. This could be awkward. He's done really well to find a way through there. And it's afforded Dean Finn Ford a 2-1 lead.
Full flag
I mentioned Keegan had dropped down a couple of grams on his weight, and he seems to feel that the dart is flying straighter and better, and you can't argue with that. Thanks ever so much, mate. Maybe look an absolute star here in commentary there with that 180. And he said, you know, I really like my pink and black darts. He said, am I the first ones to have pink and black darts? I said, Keegan, you know you're not.
97.
You know you're not the first one to ever have pink and black darts. So yeah, he's one of those I've known Keegan that long. I used to call him Baby Keegs. That's how I've known. And look at him now. You wouldn't call him a baby now, would you? But I've known him since he was 12 or 13 years old, and such a stunning talent as a youth player. And it's
46.
great to see that he hasn't lost his fun of the love of the game has not gone. Sometimes you see youth players come through and have really good runs in you, and it doesn't quite go for them in the adult section, and then they disappear and you don't see them again. But I'm so pleased that Keeg still plays, and he plays brilliantly still as well.
And not just playing as well, he's doing other things. He helps run some of the local ADC vaults on the island.
85.
Looking to get involved in a little bit of coaching, as many players who have played at the highest level seemingly are these days. So he's certainly
55.
somebody that, yes, can still play at the highest level, but somebody that wants to give something back to the sport in equal measure.
Yeah, the PDPA are doing coaching courses now, and look, if you look at every other sport, rugby or whatever, you see some of the top players go into the game as coaches when they finish, and football, tennis, you know, you're seeing it all the time. So why not darts? And it's now becoming a thing, a big thing, and there are many
20.
coaches out there, some to just help out at academies, some to help out with top players. There's different levels of coaching and different styles of coaching, and I think it can only be good for the sport long term.
Got a point to expand upon in the next leg, but we'll see whether Keegan here can find this double 10 to level this game up at 2 apiece. It's not felt as if much has priced these two apart so far, and Keegan thought that particular attempt was in. That one is. You can retrieve that one. He's back level at 2-2. And I just wonder whether potentially in the future, whether, you know how in tennis we've seen people like Ivan Lendl, for example, coach Novak Djokovic. Could we possibly see a point in this sport where maybe one of the top players in the world entrusts perhaps a former ex-pro who's played at the highest level of the sport and actually has them as a dedicated coach for themselves?
I can see it happening, and I can see that happening, exactly that. But I don't think
58.
It will be the first few times you see it happening. I don't think it will be a pronounced happening. I don't think it will be made public that a certain player is helping a top player. Because within darts, the difference within darts to any other sport is any problems you have going on in your head, you don't tell anybody about them. You hide it.
81.
To make sure that your opponents don't have anything they can use against you. And I think initially, it's going to stay quiet. It'll be a bit behind the scenes. It'll be away from the board, maybe. It'll be done
65.
behind closed doors. But eventually I see that, as you say, turning into something like you see with the cricket and Jimmy Anderson helping the bowlers now. And like you say, Lendl, Andy Murray was helping Djokovic as well, wasn't he, at a certain point this year? So I can see it happening. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson helping the bowlers. We could possibly do with David Gower helping the batters.
Yeah, see which ones of those can fly biplanes, I suppose, over the ground.
Well, Dean looking to... Well, it will be a 5th consecutive leg or throw in this contest. The power really has been with the player throwing first in this match. Looking at 66, Dean Finn to go 3-2 up and to put himself one away from a debut Champions Week win. Double top it is. Double top it is. And Dean Finn finds himself 3-2 to the good. A game where the player throwing first has won every single leg thus far. But Keegan Brown needs that trend to change. He wants to hold here and then find a crucial break in the final leg.
It's a good little rip up. One on 89 average, one on 88.5. So there is nothing between them.
96.
Stats wise. So kind of you expect it to go with throw, and For those of you out there that's ever been in this situation,
137.
3-2 down, and you've got the throw. This is always the hardest one to hold throw. Leg 6 in a best of 7 clash is always the hardest
70.
one to hold throw, because your opponent has the momentum of being 3-2 up, and they're feeling pretty good about themselves at 3-2 up, and they're starting to think, I only need one of the next 2. So you throw with a little bit of freedom in this leg when you're not on the darts, and that makes it very difficult to hold throw. Keegs here needs to find a treble,
46.
and now he's gone trebleless right at the wrong moment. So the throw has now been turned in Finn's favour, and as we said, he's already held his throw 3 times. He'll be feeling confident from here.
85.
However, that slip with the last could potentially prove costly if Keegan can pile in a couple of trebles here. He's found the first of them, gets the second of them
134.
to leave himself on a finish first. Yes, it's a big one, but he's going to get first poke to take us all the way. And how Dean would crave a couple of trebles from this point. Unable to get both, unable to get any at all.
Keegan, you require 155.
Yeah, so big chance here for Keegan. Short irons in, need to be good. Oh, that's not what he wanted.
87.
Saved it with the last, though. So
Dean, you require 120.
he sat there on 68. Finn only needing 1 treble here. Now it's not doing anything silly. Don't put it in the way. Oh, that sorts it out. Double 10 it is. Goes back to the centre of the oche. Eyes up double 10.
Game shot.
And takes double
And
10.
a match.
That's a
Dean
big
Finn.
120 finish, and a man in confidence who's just won week 12 in Dean Finn Ford. Good stuff from him. He'll be pleased that he's held that one, because obviously he had the throw at the start of the game, so you fancy always winning the games when you've got the throw, and very important to do it. 90 average for Finn, 89 for Keegan. Good little tussle that. Look forward to more of that. We get into a short break, and when we return, we come back with David Evans taking on Tom Sykes.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Well, he got the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth and a match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
Welcome back to Pluto TV, and a very warm welcome to our viewers joining us in the United States of America who are joining us for Champions Week for the very first time here at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Dean Finn get the better of Keegan Brown by 4-2. All 3 games in the opening round of fixtures going by a 4-2 scoreline, and 2 of the losers by that 4-2 margin go head-to-head here as Tom Sykes goes head-to-head with David Evans. Stretch lost out 4-2 to Derek Coulson in his opening match. Tom Sykes losing to a really good performance from Charlie Manby in his opener. Sykes himself averaged 94.43, 3 180s in that contest, but it was 2 from 11 in terms of his doubling. That was his undoing in that particular encounter. And in this kind of company, Scott, if you're going to miss opportunities, you just better expect to be punished for it.
Yeah, I think as a player, you come to expect that. It does come as part of the job and the territory. We practice doing legs in 15 darts, and if you don't do them in 15 darts when you're at home practicing, and then you're on the road, you kind of give those legs away and you work out your match scores from there, your imaginary matches. But yeah, I totally agree. But this one has an element of
90.
There's a couple of teammates with their darts manufacturer going at it hammer and tongs to see who the top dog within the team. And also it's a war of the roses here. The red rose against the white rose, Lancashire
82.
and Yorkshire. So there's a little bit more on this one than what would be usually.
Yeah, battle of 2 players from either side of the Pennines going head-to-head in this particular encounter. And 2 people very proud of the county in which they hail in. David, a very proud Lancastrian, was. Tom Sykes has spoken about his Yorkshire grit in interviews in the past, but it's David Evans who is looking to get himself in a Lancashire hotspot at the beginning of this contest. And that's a 14-darter to get him up and running.
Yeah, impressive from Evans. We know that he has this type of game in him.
Game on.
I'm sure he's been working hard. He's a publican, and I'm sure there's a board up in the pub, and he'd have been working hard on his game over the last few weeks. I know he was very proud when speaking to him about being in this lineup this week, and
43.
Wanting to make some impression and inroads on it as well, which is obviously everybody's of the 12 is wanting to win this week.
60.
But yeah, it sounds like he's put some work in readiness for this week.
So Tom Sykes, twice runner-up before. Lost 2 series finals in 2024, the first and last of that Canada year. He lost to Scott Taylor 4-1 in Series 6. Got 1 more leg in Series 9 when he lost to Darius Labanauskas by 4-2. Actually has the highest ever losing average in a Champions Week final. Does Tom Sykes in that defeat to Darius? It was the best ever final we've ever had here to a Modus Super Series Champions Week, as Sykes looks at 161. He looks at the ball for what would have been the first World Showstopper of Champions Week 12.
$125. Tom, you require 47.
So 47 for Sykes to square the game up at 1 apiece. Double 16 found. And we're on terms. 1-1.
If there's anything you'd say, if you could criticise the Sykes game, which it's very difficult to do. He's such a big scorer. Throws with lots and lots of freedom. If there's anything, sometimes it's that outer ring causes him a little bit of a problem. He gets himself sometimes in positions. You see him doing 120 averages in various places,
100.
WDF things and vaults and stuff, and you think, wow, this guy is something else. That's when he goes straight out. When he doesn't go straight out, first or second dart, sometimes it's his Achilles heel, and then he starts to think, oh no, not again. Once he gets that sorted, I honestly believe he's going to be a tour card holder and have a very, very bright future. You just can't play the way that Tom plays and go over and get a tour card and not do it.
But as we've learned in the past, sometimes the hardest step's actually getting the tour card. Just ask the likes of Wesley Plaisir and Dale Pilgrim, very accomplished players for whom it took a while to get over the line and ply their trade on the Pro Tour full time. Oh, hang on a second. Back-to-back 180s. Tom Sykes, by the way, is averaging 115.17. On for a potential 11, unless David Evans takes out the 144. He's not going to, and so Sykes for a big breaker throw, looking at 81 after just 3 visits.
88. Tom, you require 81.
And he's probably going to have to take out this bull.
56.
Drop slow. Evans back for 56 to go 2-1 to the good. And for everything that Tom Sykes has done so right so far in this contest, he could be punished. He had a 14 darter to win his first leg. 15 darter to win his second. Just effectively doing his job on throw thus far. 5 visit legs with the darts in his hand. And considering he has that luxury and that advantage in this game, that's all he has to do. And he'll know that all too well, David Evans.
Yeah, very much so. And the one thing that David Evans is good at, that is the outer ring. That is one of the strongest parts of his game. Sometimes and we saw it in the last leg, when Tom was scoring big, he doesn't tend to respond. And
120.
But once he gets to that outer ring, David Evans, he is deadly. He is lethal. And once again, he's one of those players that
96.
You feel would be in a good position to have a tour card. I'm sure it's something he'll be looking at trying to do next year.
Well, Tom Sykes has the second highest average in Super Series Champions Week history, 113.43 and a 4-0 demolition of Adam Paxton. That came in Series 8. The record
58.
average for Champions Week belongs to, perhaps unsurprisingly, a chap by the name of Luke Littler with a 4-1 win over Reece Robinson. That was in Series 4, 113.77. And it's fair to
57.
say that ever since, that young chap has gone on to do some good things. Another major title. He's 8th already by winning the Players' Championship finals last night.
96.
Yeah, I was going to say whatever happened to that fella. But, yeah, no, absolutely. Just a phenomenon within the game that we've seen it with Phil Taylor in longevity. The way that he continued to do it year after year, time after time. We're seeing it now with Luke Littler, with these averages that he's doing. I mean, they put a thing
65.
up last night about his
require
up final was his
120.
lowest average of the week at 103 point. I mean, look, loads of us that would be our highest average of the year, non-stop.
80.
So what he's producing, the young man, whatever he's doing, just don't change it, Luke. Whatever you're doing, don't change it.
Well, top's left for Sykes to square up at 2-2. Average still around about 105.5, despite the fact he's missed 4 darts and a double in this contest.
100.
So it's fairly easy to read
40.
whereabouts his game is at this present moment in time. The scoring okay, the doubling may be leaving a little bit to be desired. And if he misses this double 10, 30. He could find himself 3-1 behind and a break behind.
You require 59.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in the leg before about the doubling of Tom Sykes. This is what sometimes he does. Evans double 10, hit it last leg.
39.
Right on the wire this leg. That's unfortunate. Both those darts
Tom,
well
you
thrown.
require 10.
So Sykes really has to get himself back in this, and that's a lovely dart. But what Tom does with his game, he offers opportunities all the time, and when you play him, if you can stay tight with him, you know eventually he will offer you opportunities. So that's my mindset into what I've seen from him. Obviously, we played England together and stuff in the last couple of years, but I also know he's just unplayable at times. He's just totally unplayable.
as you say, you've played with him with an England shirt on. Kind of putting your England captain's hat on a little
93.
bit. As far as being a teammate is concerned, what was his greatest strength?
His greatest strength for me was he led the team from the front. He never cheered on or whatever, expecting the person that he's cheering to do something that he couldn't do. He would go up there and set the example. He would be, don't worry about me, lads, I'm going to go and get this for you, and blah, blah, blah. So he was your stalwart.
57.
He was your guy that you were guaranteeing points from. And he that was the mantle that he absolutely loved. He loved being that guy, that go-to guy going, oh, we're 2-2 here, or we're 3-3 here, just the right time for Tom. And he'd go on and go and get it. And he played superbly in an England shirt. And obviously we don't play financially for anything like that. So it was the honour of wearing the shirt. And under that situation, he is a team player. There's no two ways about it. And if he played for himself like he did for us in an England shirt, wow, wow, wow. When he finds it, we'll all know about it. That's for sure.
Well, I remember watching the Six Nations, and I think we had a little quip at the time of the commentary box, so there wasn't a better one-leg player in the world than Tom Sykes.
No, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. One person that was up there with him that week at the Six Nations was our very own Jared Cole. He was excellent as well. But
95.
yeah, no, the averages that he was doing to win those one legs was just crazy.
Yeah, Jared plays some decent stuff. Not caught cold there in that particular tournament. Evans looking at 108 to go 3-2 up. Had an opportunity to break in the previous and go 3-1 to the good. However, if he doesn't take this opportunity, he could find himself a breakdown. Double 16. In it goes. And that was crucial for David Evans because his throw was under severe threat. But he manages just to cling on to it, lead 3-2 and put himself one away from what will be his first win of this Champions Week.
58.
Prior to that, actually, the two other ton toppers we saw were to win games from DC and Dean Finn.
$85. 43.
Perfectly well thrown darts there from Sykes, but not finding their destination. The advantage of using a longer pointed dart is that you can still see the treble 20 because the barrels are further away. The disadvantage are his last throw could have been that 180. They were that close to the wire. So makes it up, Sykes there. Makes it up nicely.
That already is the 15th max that we've seen today. And Tom Sykes is responsible for 6 of them. Now, he did have a run last year where he hit 180s in 30 consecutive matches. That's a record for this place. Between Series 9 and his week in October 2024 and to the Champions Week in December, he hit 180s in 30 games in a row.
43.
Which goes back to what I was saying earlier in the game. His scoring is second to none. He's right up there with the best.
However, the finishing leaves a bit to be desired. Now, for a second, I think he was looking at the idea of going 2 for double 4 because he saw his opponent was on, but decided to persevere anyway with the double 5. Of course, the fear being going inside, you leave things awkward. It was a rather safe dart to that particular target, but he is going to come back for 3 more to take us all the way.
Tom,
yeah, well, now 10. David Evans with that 96 has caused him a headache here. He's really got to go straight at it. And that's the fear, and the head shaking starts. And Evans here
David, you require
87 for what would be a big win in context of the group come Wednesday afternoon.
20 for the bull. Bull for the win. 40. Well, the line was okay, but he's pulled that low. Every single game so far today has gone 4-2.
No
and it may still go to that particular scoreline. And David Evans cannot believe his luck. The fact he's coming back to the board to win the game right here, right now. 2 darts at tops to get his first win of Champions Week.
27.
2 match darts have come and gone.
Tom, you require 4.
What an opening this is for Tom Sykes. He should be dead and buried.
No
Well,
score.
that was a well-thrown dart. That was heading to the target with the exception of that barrel of
David,
dart
you
1
require 20.
stopping it from going on course.
Game shot.
Open
And a
up the
match,
door for David Evans, and he eventually finds that match-winning double 10 to get himself up and running at Champions Week 12. For Tom Sykes, twice a runner-up here. He is 0-2 to kick off his day, and you could tell as he was walking off the stage, he is not happy one bit because his doubles have completely deserted him. 2 from 18 in that contest. Evans wins 4-2. Coming up after the break, Keegan Brown takes on Derek Coulson.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skeet's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Skie is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Skie do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back as we see Keegan Brown set to take on Derek Coulson. And after their opening matches, you feel as though there's more to come from both of these competitors. Derek, with a 4-2 win over David Evans, averaged 96, and yet you felt like there was still more to come from DC. Keegan Brown, a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Dean Finn, and you feel like there is much more to come from Keegan, particularly on the
First
outer
leg,
ring.
Keegan to throw first.
Doubling woes
Game
for
on.
Keegan in his opener. Can he rectify it this time around?
As you say, every reason to believe that there is more to come from both players. They did find themselves playing in a Group A situation back in July, Series 11, week number 9. And Derek Coulson did get the better of Keegan Brown on 2 out of the 3 occasions. Brown winning one of the matchups.
84.
When speaking to Keegan, that finals night in particular you referenced there, Laura, that ultimately saw Derek defeat Andreas Harrison in a dramatic last leg decider.
131.
Really set him up nicely for next time around, where Keegan went on to defeat Jimmy Van Schie, and that is serious form, whichever way you look at it.
100.
And you saw the emotion from Keegan after he picked up the win as well. You can't underestimate how much it means to players that perhaps have had varying levels of success, because, you know, Keegan Brown, he would have had the heights of obviously being in the PDC for so long.
57.
Former PDC World Youth Champion. So to come here and to play and perform and, as you say, beat the likes of a very informed Jimmy Van Schie, another player
59.
that perhaps we may not see here if he goes on to Q School. Very much looking for a tour card himself.
Looking to win Lakeside before then. He'll be the favourite. Number 1 seed.
57. Keegan, you require 118.
Both of these pretty much neck and neck after the opening 12 darts apiece. Keegan
78.
Can't find the treble, single,
Derek,
double
Uruguay,
combination.
116.
Can DC? Treble and single.
76.
But the double goes awry, and
40.
this is where Brown needs to polish off these legs. He cannot give the calibre of players opportunities.
30. Derek, you require 40.
Two tens now for Derek Coulson.
20. Keegan, you require
There seems
10.
to be a kind of pattern going on with all the early stage matches in Champions Week, is the scoring does not seem to be much of an issue for any of these players so far, but
Derek,
the doubling,
you require 20.
that has been a sticking point for most.
Keegan Brown shakes his head in the background.
Game shot on
Coulson
the first leg. Derek Coulson.
nodding along to that one. Left it late just when Keegan thought
Second leg, Derek
he was
to
going to get
throw
another
first.
bite at the cherry.
Game on.
It's an early break of throw for Derek.
And you mentioned last time Derek was here when he went on to win the week.
60.
Was a bit slow on the Monday in terms of results, and if that is a trend with Derek on, you need to be taking these opportunities early, because we know the heights that he's got, and he does tend to, you know, like most players, he will tend to get better and better as the week goes on.
Bit of a mentality shift for Derek this year. Had to get used
42.
to start coming into these weeks as a favourite and not the underdog. This time 24 months ago,
99.
it would have been, who's this guy? Roped in from the seniors. Everyone knows who Derek Coulson is now. Derek enjoyed being the underdog. He's just starting to enjoy now becoming one of the favourites too.
But you are right. It definitely does take, you know, it does take players just a little bit of time to get used to, because flying under the radar,
97.
it's a much more comfortable position in terms of the amount of expectation that you put on both yourself and other people put on you.
Not sure half of Shropshire enjoyed Derek being one of the favourites now. The days of him starting a week at 20-1 are long gone.
I was actually quite surprised to see how long the odds were on Keegan Brown for picking up a weekly win.
122.
25-1, the rank outsider in terms of the whole field.
For a former World Youth Champion, it was staggering, wasn't it? This could be staggering. Oh, it's brilliant.
Derek Coulson.
That was sheer quality.
Third leg, Keegan to
An earlier doubling woes.
Game on.
A distant memory. Another marker laid down from Derek Coulson. Ominous signs for Keegan Brown.
140.
Yeah, he may rue those missed darts at a double in the opening leg. 0 from 5 for Keegan Brown because true to form, Coulson just going through the gears.
140.
And of course, nothing is won on a Monday morning.
78.
Yes, Keegan Brown so far has had some doubling woes, as has Tom Sykes. There is plenty of time
100.
to rectify those early woes. As we said, Laura, we don't think one person is going to go out and dominate Group A. There's too much quality spread across the board for that to happen.
No, this is where players, they just like to try and lay a bit of a foundation to push on for the rest of the week.
55.
But as you say, even if things don't quite pan out in Group A, there is a second bite of the cherry in Group B or Group C.
93.
That is when we welcome the likes of Neil Duff, Jensen Walker, Jamie Owens. Alex Small could certainly surprise a few. Carl Wilkinson going totally under the radar, and David
100.
Pallett, let's not forget him as well.
You require 90.
That's double 15, 2 darts in hand. Has to slide across the oche, open up the angle, and that is always the danger.
Derek, you require 106.
They're not badly thrown efforts as well for Keegan Brown. That'll be all the more frustrating for him. They've not been as wayward as maybe that one was for Derek.
36.
Or maybe the effort at double 18 from Chris Doby yesterday. Double 6 for Keegan. Looking at the bottom of the board. Come on, he says.
9.
An ironic
Derek,
thumbs up
70.
as this is double number 9 for Keegan Brown. Is he going to be punished once again by Derek Coulson? Double 4.
Game shot on the third
Just
leg.
sneaks into
Derek
the bottom of the
Coulson.
bed, but it doesn't matter where it hits as long as it goes in.
Fourth leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
Nothing has gone the way of Keegan Brown so far. Derek. Again,
40.
you feel like there's a bit more to come from him. It's been a bit of a scrappy affair, despite it being 3-0 in legs.
139.
Plethora of missed doubles, sort of ruining the averages of both.
$100.
Derek Coulson, though, just maintaining that level of consistency that we expect from him. As you say, the average may have dropped, but that is reflective of the missed darts at double.
174.
That's a solid visit from Keegan Brown. Yeah, every result so far has gone 4 legs to 2. Coulson with the opportunity to have run away with this one,
45.
but good fight back from Keegan.
Really is scoring very strongly.
84.
This is on the Coulson throw as well, don't forget. When it's the doubling so far that has been the foil of Brown.
140.
Coulson, a good visit, but time on the side of Keegan.
$44.
And time he needed, but that time will start slipping away for Keegan. Oh, Derek Coulson would like to get another couple of trebles there, put all the pressure on the 60.
100. Keegan, you require 60.
Keeps him in touch. Tops for Brown. And once
50.
again, can't find the double.
Derek, you
Signs
require
of frustration
76.
early doors for the former World Youth Champion. And Derek Coulson is going to have a match dart. It's tops for DC.
36.
And that's a let-off.
Keegan, you
This has got to
require
go,
10.
Keegan Brown.
And again on the inside, has to burn it up, and it's double one.
No score.
The doubling woes continue for Keegan.
Derek, you require 40.
For a whitewash win and for 2 wins out of 2. Good marker. Just nudges that top wire down.
No score.
3 well-thrown darts,
Keegan, you require 10.
none of which hit the target. And once again, a dart has to be burned. 2 2s.
8.
He went a different route, but it was the same outcome. More
Derek, you
match-winning
require
opportunities
40.
here for Derek Coulson.
Game shot. And a
Well,
match.
Derek couldn't believe
Coulson.
his luck there. A frustrating encounter for Keegan Brown. A forgettable one for him as well. But it's a vital win for Derek Coulson, which will be very handy, not just in the points column, but the leg difference column too, which could well be what Group A comes down to come Wednesday afternoon. It's a 4-0 win for Derek. It's Manby Finn after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super
Welcome back. Before the break, Derek Coulson went 2 out of 2 in a whitewash win over Keegan Brown, who scored well, but could not buy a double for love nor money. And one of these two gentlemen will join Derek at the top of the table in the early stages of Champions Week Group A. Will it be Charlie Manby, the standout performance so far, you would say? Just shy of 100 average and a 40 win over Tom Sykes. 4 180s in that opening salvo. And Dean Finn, 4-2 win over Keegan Brown.
First leg, Charlie to
Could the most recent weekly winner fire his way to the top of the group table? No doubt about it, Laura.
82.
Charlie Manby's performance against Tom Sykes earlier on this morning was absolutely scintillating.
Yeah, we've had the last couple of matches where we've
100.
seen quite a bit of trouble when it comes to the doubling. Well, the opening matches for these two, Charlie Manby, as you mentioned, played exceptionally well, just under 100 average, 4 maximums, but 4 from 7 on the doubles. And it was good doubling success as well for Dean Finn, 4 out of 8 and just over a 90 average. So sets up nicely for what could be a really explosive match between these
67.
two. My concern going into this was, we mentioned in the previous match actually, the emotion that we saw from Keegan Brown when he picked up the title. Well,
60.
we saw the same thing from Dean Finn. He was visibly very moved by the fact that he'd managed to get that title, one that he'd come close to previously. Only that one day to recover. It's not a huge amount of time before you come back in, and this time having to compete for an entire week.
Still riding the crest of the wave, though, isn't he, on the south coast? Is Dean Finn. But like Keegan, as we discussed earlier about just being set up nicely from an earlier disappointment in the previous series, the form lines were there from Finn.
95. Charlie, you require 85.
Took an absolute gargantuan effort from an inspired Danny Van Tripe to get past him in the previous series as Manby eyes tops and dispatches tops.
Charlie Manby.
15 dart hold.
Second leg,
Champagne
for row first. Game on.
Is on ice. Will it be popped come Saturday night?
$121.
It was a mammoth effort from Dean Finn Saturday night. I think most people had tipped the 16-year-old prodigy and Archie Self to come through that tie. Had only dropped a single leg up to the point of the final, but yeah, Dean Finn just found some new levels. It was the first time really that Archie had been pushed on Saturday evening.
96.
As I say, it wasn't just emotion from Dean Finn, but he'd had some family support come over as well, and it was very much you could see how much it meant to absolutely everybody.
Yeah, and to come through a night that involved the likes of Archie Self and Mervyn King, let's not forget, who had a night to forget by his own standards, of course, but it'd be great to see him back at the World Championships next month.
95.
Manby. Early signs looking very, very positive. Dean Finn just hanging on in there.
56. Charlie, you require 170.
Could we be about to get the fishing rods out? Not quite this time, but it's perfect setup play.
167.
Could Finn steal with a Hollywood check out of his own?
The answer is no, and Charlie Manby down to a double after just 12 darts, backing up that 15 dart leg potential.
85.
13 darter incoming.
Charlie, you require 36. $18.
Well.
Dean, you require
I don't
82.
think many were expecting that outcome. Perfect. Just taking his time to maybe just shuffle slightly across to the left.
66.
Over adjusts, troubles
Charlie
the wire.
require 18.
Not the right side of it. Manby going the Jeff Smith route.
Game show on the
Previous
second leg.
series champion.
Charlie Manby.
Bit of know-how there from Manby to double his advantage.
Third leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And I think it just shows, you know, we've had previous champions that have competed, and you mentioned Jeff Smith there, how difficult it is just to come back and try and retain your title. The fact that Jensen Walker is the only player in the field that's ever won a Champions Week, I think, is testament to that fact.
Jensen Walker is back
26.
here this Champions Week because he won the week containing Charlie Manby, who won Group A that week, couldn't convert.
58.
But my word, Charlie took his opportunity in week 11. A late call-up.
60.
2 rising stars, neither of which won Rising Stars week.
119.
Yeah, you look to the players that are coming through in the sport of darts, and you know that it's I don't think it's ever really been in as good a place.
78.
And the fact that we now get to see them and they're showcased more often in events like we held here at the Live Lounge, I think just that platform for perhaps that next stage, moving on to the senior level in the PDC.
It's just great to watch them develop as players, as people.
140. Charlie require
The way
170.
Charlie recovered and continues to go from strength to strength. The ball.
145.
That was mightily close.
Yeah, really did threaten the ball. Team Finn very much on the back foot in this match.
59. Charlie required 25.
Didn't need to go for the big fish. Now has to tidy up.
9. Dean, you require 138.
Door is ajar for Finn. And now it's closed again. But for how long?
100. Charlie, you require 16.
To go within one of the win.
Aim shot on the third
No
leg.
mistake this time.
Charlie
Charlie
Manby.
Manby pins 8-8. 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg, Dean to throw first. Game on.
And Manby is looking to keep tabs with Derek Coulson. And in the next round of fixtures, Charlie Manby faces Derek Coulson in an
140.
early top of the table clash.
$140.
It's been a really good year, hasn't it, for Charlie Manby? One of those seasons that you can probably look back over and just really, really see that development that you were talking about. He's won a title on the development tour, finished 4th in that
85.
table overall. The World Championships to look forward to as well.
Not least in the World Youth Championship, where he really served it up to Luke
96.
Littler. That obviously got lost a little bit because of Littler against Bo Greaves. My word, Manby served it up to the world number 1. Mismatched darts.
100.
Of course, Ken Van Veen, still the World Youth Champion, defending his title last night at the hands of Bo.
95.
But Bo will be back, that is for sure.
Yeah, it was a really good match, wasn't it, last night? And these are really good darts from Team Finn, but
128. Charlie
slip
require
with the last dart
170.
frustrates him.
It won't happen on this
58.
occasion.
Dean, you require 48.
But for Dean, it's now or never in this match at least. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he's
Dean
still
Finn.
alive and kicking. Just about. Only a hold.
Fifth leg, Charlie to throw
But it
first.
avoids that whitewash defeat.
Yeah, the power scoring from Charlie Manby in the match has been that strong that was only the third attempt that Dean Finn had in the
95.
entire match at a double.
There's barely anything separating them in the averages.
You do find you have matches like that where you're really involved in every
100.
single leg, but you're almost just that one throw behind. And Charlie Manby, although he has afforded a couple of chances to Dean Finn, he's always managed to just polish it off at the right time.
$97.
Manby now looking to power away on throw.
105.
To get the win, get back in the players' room, set himself up for another match later on in the session. There still has been promising signs for Dean Finn.
100.
He may just feel
Charlie
like he's
require
just run into one here.
167.
He's been very much involved in the match, as I say. It's just Charlie Manby. It probably feels like he's just had 3 extra darts every single leg.
85.
Charlie Manby's next match will be an interesting one because he will face Derek Coulson, who is 2 from 2, and that's what Charlie Manby's looking to be as well.
Charlie, you require 82.
So then, for a 4-1 win, looking at 17. Match starting coming at tops.
42. Dean, you require 158.
Just a little glance over to the scoreboard from Charlie Manby, just perhaps just looking what Dean Finn's on. It is a long range finish, but it's the perfect start. Another one in there. It's a well thrown dart again,
95.
but wrong side of the wire.
Charlie, you require 40.
Well, almost everyone, including Dean Finn, just went, ooh, as that second treble just couldn't quite find their target. But target is dispatched for Charlie Manby, backing up that impressive opening win over Tom Sykes with a comprehensive win against Dean Finn. Manby goes 2 out of 2 alongside Derek Coulson. They face up in the next round of fixtures, but early signs looking very promising indeed for Manby. After the break, David Evans is back. He faces Keegan Brown.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series with 6 games down on this Champions Week. And so far so good for Derek Coulson and Charlie Manby, both picking up a full complement of points so far, both with big wins in their previous matches. Derek Coulson 4-0 against Keegan Brown, Charlie Manby 4-1 against Dean Finn. And early on it's Coulson and Manby who have picked up a full complement of points. Evans and Finn with a winner piece, Sykes and Brown yet to get off the mark. And it is David Evans and Keegan Brown that get the third round of fixtures underway. For Keegan looking to get himself up and running. For David, he won his previous game by 4-2 against Tom Sykes, and perhaps a bit of a surprise to see him pointless after the opening couple of rounds of fixtures at Champions Week 12. For Stretch, he's looking to stretch away from the bottom and get closer to the top with a victory here. And look, there's no such thing as panic stations on a Monday when it comes to a Super Series Champions Week. However, if Keegan Brown does lose this game, he may just begin to fear the worst a little bit.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I still think it's one of those groups that we are going to see everybody settle and everybody beat everybody. I think it's a Champions Week. They're all weekly winners, so they've all got good memories from this place. But yes, there would be a slight concern, you feel, if he wasn't able to convert this one into a win.
First leg, David to throw first. Game
So
on.
it's Evans to get us underway, having won his previous match on throw against Tom Sykes, and already finding himself in some real tidy nick. 140 to kick things off. As far as Keegan's Day is concerned, a little bit like Tom Sykes, missed doubles has been
54.
His key downfall. He missed 15 darts at a double in his match against Derek Coulson in his previous encounter. Missed 5 at crucial times in his game against Dean Finn to
47.
kick off his Champions Week campaign. But Keegan's experience, you sense, will mean that he's not going to panic. He's not that type of character anyway. And actually, if you look at the way that he won his week in, week 2, Group A didn't go to plan one bit. He had to come back from the Group C mire to then go on and claim his place
100.
through to the final, and then subsequently go on and get the better of Jimmy Van Schie in the final.
100.
Yeah, you have to say when you're playing these weekly groups that the opportunity is there, but you have to take them. It's only a one-off
96.
moment. It's a one-time thing. It's not like you get an opportunity to come back and repeat it. You've got to wait to the next series 9 times out of 10.
81.
So
David, you require 118.
that was all about Keegan owning the moment. Single 18 here for Evans. Double top incoming.
98.
Just a touch underneath.
Keegan, you require 126.
Can't finish now with that. 21. 78 scored. 48 left.
94.
Tidies it up nicely, but
David,
Evans
you
is back
require
for the
20.
double 10, and he's been good on this so far this morning.
No score.
Ooh, commentator's curse.
Keegan, you require 32.
And so an opening here for Keegan to break the throw early on. That's the move across. 8-8, but awkward because his darts stand up, but manages to find a way through to the bottom corner.
Keegan
Almost
Brown.
apologetic as he pins his intended target
Second
to
leg,
break the
Keegan
throw of
to
Evans and
throw
go
first.
1-0 to the good.
Game on.
Yeah, I remember having a chat with Eric Bristow once and saying, I don't want to see players apologise for when they win legs that they shouldn't. I don't want to see it. It's their fault they've missed it. Give it to them. You know, he was a very old school attitude from Eric. If you didn't go and hit the double, that wasn't his fault.
140.
Well, Jess Smith definitely didn't apologise when Jimmy Van Schie missed the bullseye for the 1-2-6 in the previous Champions League final. A little bit of a re-grip there for Keegan. And there's going to have to be a bit of a readjustment for him in the second portion of the day. He is, prior to this game at least anyway, the player that occupied bottom spot in the group. It's Derek Coulson and Charlie Manby at the top of it. The top three comprised of 4-4-2. No such thing as tactics when it comes to this kind of campaign, at least on a Monday anyway. Dean Finn also picking up 2 points, the other player to pick up a win. Now, because this is in play, we'll have Keegan Brown on 2 points. That's because he's 1-0 up in this game, but hasn't won a game as of yet. And Tom Sykes, well, he's a lonesome figure at the bottom of the Group A table. That's how things run in play as things stand. Evans looking to level the match up at 1 apiece, leaving 81 after 9 to get his throw back, having been broken in the opener. And he's going to be put under pressure, being forced to take this out with Keegan on 44. And he's going to get a look at the ball.
56.
Clips the coat of paint that separates the red bit from the green bit. But importantly, nudging the wrong sides as Brown looks at double 16. 8-8, found it to win the first leg, but unable to find it to win leg 2.
David, you require 25.
So Evans back for 25 then. 8-8. We saw Brown successful on it in the first leg, and now we've seen Evans successful on it in the second. 1-1.
Third leg, David to throw
15 darter, we're back on level terms, and Keegan Brown missing 2 darts to go 2 up. May see that as a big opportunity passing him by.
96.
Well, it is Champions Week, but you could actually
140.
rename this tournament the UK and Ireland Championship if you so wanted to, because every single player from the British and Irish Isles this time around, no continental European representation, no representation from further afield this time around. In fact, Dean Finn's the player that's travelled the furthest way to be here at this championship from Ireland. Here for a couple of weeks, everyone week 12 on Saturday night. Well, I suppose Neil Duff actually is the one who's travelled the furthest. He's from Northern Ireland, but nowadays resides in Switzerland, in Winterthur. And for a few weeks, played at the UK and Ireland Classic ADC tournament last week. And whatever happens this week, he'll be travelling about an hour and a half up the road to Frimley Green for
60.
Another tilt at the Lakeside title as Evans looks at the big fish, and he's got 6 darts from here to take the lead for the first time. Another one of them. And I guarantee you he would have gone for the bullseye if he'd found it.
105.
Yeah. He's one of those that always does go for the shot, David Evans. Keegs there just checking whether that one was in the treble
60.
or not, and nor is that one, Keegs. A little
David,
touch unlucky for you there, mate.
And so Evans looking at 65 to go 2-1 to the good. 2 10s.
Game shot on the third.
And maybe he's beginning to stretch away with the contest in front for the first time.
Fourth leg, Keegan,
who remember had a couple of darts to lead this game 2-0. They went bye to bye. And now he finds himself chasing.
87.
Well, a lot of greens, which would be okay if we're playing the game of golf.
95.
I imagine you've got a bandit handicap, Scott.
I've got a bandit sombrero, but that's about it. I used to be good when I was a kid, but I can't hit the thing at all now.
What was that? The crazy golf with the windmills and everything.
Oh, yeah, I used to be really good at those. But, yeah. Don't get the time for it now, Henry. My golfing time sort of disappeared into commentary time.
Which is ironic because usually as you get older, you get more time on the golf course.
140.
That is my plan from retiring from the game when I decide to sort of finally hang up the darts. I do plan to spend a bit of time on the golf course
58.
and have a bit of fun with it.
When you realise you've had enough of sitting next to me in a commentary box day in, day out.
No, I'm not going now. Later. You know, when I retire.
134.
Well, Brown leaves himself on tops after 12 to level this contest up at 2-2. Averaging 95, but 4 missed darts and a double. A couple coming to lead the game by
85.
2 legs to zip. But he's going to get plenty of time here to equalise proceedings. 2 10s. The danger here is moving inside.
20.
Which is why that final dart felt rather safe.
Yeah, he tried to use the inside of the dart and slide it down there. And it kind of caught the flight at the wrong angle, but you're better off to do that in that situation.
78.
Again, that's the
20.
experience that Keegan has. With Evans on 126, he has to go inside now. Slides across the oche.
No score.
Sometimes that means
David, you
you
require
throw him back
126.
across at a slightly different angle. So 126 here would be an absolute steal for Evans.
He's not going to find, and so Keegan is going to come back for double 10, but these missed doubles are coming a big problem. Missed 15 in his previous game. He's missed 10 so far
58.
in this one, but there's still an opportunity to level the contest up. Change of target,
10.
but no change in the outcome. And this would be a categoric steal.
68.
Keegan Brown here has missed 11 darts at a double in this
36.
leg, but he's going to get more opportunities
Keegan, you
because
require
Evans
10.
snuffs up his chance. Eventually, we're back level.
Keegan
Hallelujah, he says, as Keegan Brown equalises the contest 2 apiece.
5th leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Give him enough chances at the double, he'll get it, I'll tell you. And he's needing enough. Look at that, 13.33%. Not a statistic that Keegan will be happy with.
59.
Even if he was thrown left-handed, he wouldn't be happy with 13.33% stat on doubles.
Nothing wrong with throwing left-handed, Scott. Just ask my 53 average on Wednesday.
41.
Well, it's not so bad throwing left-handed if you are left-handed.
Still lost 4-2, mind. And 4-2's been a fairly common scoreline today. The first 4 games going by that particular scoreline. We're guaranteed at least another game to go in excess of 5.5 legs. And usually when we talk about betting markets when it comes to Champions Week, that's always the one that kind of screams off the page, the over 5.5 market, because you expect, particularly in a Group A, when you've got the 6 best players of a series in theory because of their numbers going head to head, you expect a lot of games to run close, and so far that has been the case, and this game no exception whatsoever. That's an always worth sometimes just having a little bit of a flirt with the over-under 180 markets, particularly when you've got someone like Tom Sykes in action. The over 2.5 180 market looks rather appetising for him, but if you are having a flutter, it is 18+, gambleaware.org. If you're having a bet on the Super Series.
140.
Remember when we used to do Aces Acca at Champions Week? Pride Times tips. They weren't really tips, they were just bad predictions.
137.
Guesses.
Keegan, you
They were
require
guesses.
Definitely guesses. The bull. Oh, brilliant.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And when you
Keegan
consider
Brown.
the troubles he had on the doubles in the previous leg, he had one opportunity to break the throw and he plumly
Keegan
finds the
to
smallest
throw
target on the
first.
board. Brown 3-2 up and has the
Game
darts to get his first win on the board.
Want to be leaving the bullseye every leg, Keegan.
$96.
They're both pretty even, Stephen, here on the
140.
averages. They've been running about an 86 average apiece here before that last throw. And with Keegan having 3 from 16 on
58.
the doubles, his average would definitely be in the mid-90s. There's no two ways about it, had he had not had those misdemeanors on the outer ring.
Well, just having a look at his scoring power packs, he's had 9 visits in this game with 2
59.
trebles. He's had 6 140s and 3 visits of 130 or more. So he's completely outpowering David Evans in that particular department. And then when it comes to when he's not quite hitting at full scale as he hits the game's first max, he's also been able to find 6-1 treble turns. So more often than not, he's finding something tangible with every visit, or every other visit at least. Evans just going through the maths, having scored 57, 245 left.
62.
That's 240 left.
Keegan, you require 167.
Yeah, got rid of the 5. Brown on 167.
$97.
Nicely picked up with his last dart, but they tend to drop in when you're a few in front. They don't drop in when you're a few behind.
Well, that bullseye to break the throw and go 3-2 up feels like it's worth its weight in gold. It's not quite been golden from Brown,
100.
but he'd be more than happy with
Keegan,
the
you
first
require
2 points he
70.
could pick up if he could take out this 70. 8-8 to wrap it up. 2 4s for leg 4.
66.
And they would have been for the first 2 points of
David,
his
you
first
require
Champions League
140.
campaign.
Evans will looking to pressure this
58.
just in case he gets back.
Keegan,
Hasn't
you require 4.
really applied a great deal. It's Brown now on
Game
double
shot.
2.
And
He
a match.
converts.
Keegan Brown.
It's a win for Keegan Brown. 4-2 for him. David Evans gets some smoke in his glasses just for something to do with.
It's not the first time his chances have gone up in smoke, is it, Scott?
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, just caught him untimely there, yeah. I'm sure there's a medic out the back, but it's a 4-2 win for Keegan Brown. 87 is the average, but he's got to worry about that checkout success. We head into a short break, and on our return, we have Tom Sykes taking on Dean Finn.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Super Series. It's Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Keegan Brown got his first win of his campaign. A 4-2 success against David Evans. And it's now time for Tom Sykes and Dean Ford to play their middle match of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, you may see that it's a bit of a change of shirt for Tom Sykes. The Castleford orange has been removed this time around, and on his social media he's actually been doing a competition as to designing a new shirt which he's wearing for this Champions Week campaign, and that was I believe that the winning design, or one of the winning designs for that particular shirt.
180.
And he's getting shirty right from the get-go as he kicks off the game with a max.
63.
Sykes, who has done plenty of special things at a Champions Week. And he's 6 into the 9. Have seen Champions Week 9 darts before. Steve West was the first player to do so. Sebastian Białecki also has one to his name.
78. Tom, you
Is Tom Sykes about to add his name to that illustrious roll of honour? Knows the answer.
You did give it a good build-up, though, Henry.
89.
I will hand that to you.
Steve West getting the first 9 data at Champions Week against
42.
that guy called Littler.
52.
His name just keeps springing up in the record books here as Sykes kicks this game off with an 11 data.
Yeah, really tidy from Sykes there. And
second leg, Dean to Thoreau first. Game on.
it's absolutely awesome to open up. If you thought that Sykes was maybe a little bit apprehensive about not having a win to his name yet,
140.
and thinking that he may be a little bit nervous trying to get one, well, I think you have to think again with that 11 dart opener.
100.
It's what you call bossing the dartboard, that one.
For Dean Finn,
57.
he's not overly used to playing in Group A's, but it's not a completely alien experience. Did play in one in his debut week here. That was just over 12 months ago now, back in November 2024. It's been a regular in terms of Group C and B campaigns ever since. Such was the impression that he made on his debut in this competition. Made it through all the way to the semi-finals in his first appearance here. Then he went through to the final last time out where he lost to Danny Van Tripe in that incredible game where DVT hit the 9 darter and averaged 120. He was just a mere opponent for the Dutchman on that particular occasion, but then, of course, crossed that threshold for the first time in getting the better of Archie's self on Saturday night.
Yeah, who we have to sort of comment on Archie.
58.
What a week he had for a debut week and making the final. Really did bring something to the Super Series. The youngest player we've ever had here.
44.
Again, beating that young Mr. Littler again. So, yeah. No, hopefully we get to see him back again. And I'm sure he learnt an awful lot from the amount of games that he played on Saturday this week.
42.
And I think the one thing that struck me more than anything was the maturity of someone so young. For Dean, he's looking to use his experience to the fullest here. But Tops just drops low for the 142, but he does have time on his side to level up.
$55. Dean, you require 20.
So 2 10s for a level match. Double 5.
Game shot on the second
Into the
leg.
target
Deanfin.
and back on terms. 1-1.
Third leg, Tom to Farofa.
Yeah, had he hit the 142, we would have been able to say that would have been top of the morning to him. We hadn't had anything like that on a ton plus finish
93
thus far, but unfortunately he didn't hit it, and we still haven't.
$60.
Yeah, biggest check out the day so far. Derek Coulson's 1-2-2, which he hit in a 4-0 victory against Keegan Brown. We are going to see Derek Coulson up next. He takes on Charlie Manby in a meeting between the top 2 players in the group. Match which could have huge ramifications in terms of how the rest of the day is going to pan out here in Portsmouth. Portsmouth, which
131
at this time of year is getting into the festive spirit, but who's going to be at the top of the tree come Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth?
$56.
Who is going to be that star at the top of the tree?
I remember when I went shopping in our local shopping centre here to Portsmouth, Gunwale Quays, and the big lorry from the drinks factory was there on that day that I went.
Pepsi.
83. Tom, you require 12.
Yeah, other vans are available, and it was one of those other brands, funny enough.
Game shot on the third leg.
The one with the red top as Tom Sykes goes 2-1 up. Now, the winning legs are quite good, 11 and 13 so far, but a ropey leg against throw means that the lead is only 2-1.
$125. $60. $45. $100.
Really good performance this so far from Tom Sykes. He played well in his game against Charlie Manby, as he mentioned. Missed doubles was kind of his downfall in that particular contest. But you get the sense if he can just get one clean performance under his belt, when he gets up and running, as he piles in a fourth 180 of the game, and that means he's now had 10 180s for the day already, you get the sense he's going to take some stopping.
140. Tom, you require 160.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. He is the real deal. Slightly wayward there.
123. Dean, you require 56.
So he's left on double 19. All about Dino now. Double 15.
41.
So offers up an
Tom, you
opportunity.
require
Sykes here.
38.
Does he split? Looks like he's splitting. Yeah, he does split. Goes across the double 16. Needs to slide one down the inside of that one.
6.
And how that didn't go in, I don't think we'll
Dean,
ever
you
know.
require 15.
Wire bender, that one. And so for Dean Finn, who's been severely outplayed, an opportunity to level up, but decided to change the tack because he missed dart 1. And actually, when you look at the lie of the
13.
free, you can understand why there could have been a catch.
Tom, you require
But for
32.
Sykes, there's no catches here. The Castleford Tiger could go 3-1 up if he can find double 16.
Game Sean
And double
the
16 he does find,
Tom
and in
Sykes.
control of this game he is. And he has the darts now to complete a comprehensive
Tom
4-1
to
win.
Farofa.
And for the
Game on.
two-time runner-up at Champions Week, an opportunity to get his campaign up and running. It's his 4th Champions Week campaign, following
93.
a 4th weekly title in Series 12. He managed to get the better of Boris Kirchmar in the final of Week 8. Also got the better of his friend/adversary Daniel Larson. Them two had a terrific rivalry that week.
100.
But it was Sykes who once again set his sights on the big week here on the South Coast. And now really is going through the gears, Scott.
82.
Yeah, he is. If we had any doubts, you know, he'd played a couple of games, hadn't registered a win. If you had any doubts about his temperament, this is what he's all about. Dino planting a 182.
180.
We talk about timing.
59.
Is that a timely 180 from Dean Finn?
Because for all that Tom Sykes has done well in this game, if Dean Finn breaks back, the game suddenly returns to
81.
throw. Big find with the last to leave himself on a finish, but you expect Sykes to leave himself handy, particularly after the way Dart 1 went in. He'll be
100.
disappointed it wasn't more, but he had to
Dean
head down
Urquhart,
for the 25 for the
140.
last to leave himself on something.
So we're looking for a straight ton here. We're making sure that this one stays nice and...
116.
Ah, I like what he did there.
Tom, you require 167.
Like what he did there. Sykes then. Looks like, for all
79.
intents and purposes,
Dean, you
this
require
is going
24.
3-2.
The Bradley Brooks approach. But it's not
18.
quite bam, bam, thank you, ma'am, and this could be
Tom, you require
curtains.
88.
If Sykes can find double 7. Double
Game
7
shot.
found.
And a match.
And Tom Sykes is on the board at Champions Week. The Detroit's runner-up gets his campaign for Champions Week 12 finally up and running. And a really good display, really efficient display from the Castleford Tiger. Average just under 93. His 180 hitting has been superb. He's had 10 for the day already. 4 from 7, much better on the outer ring for Dean Finn. 9 missed chances at a double. Coulson, Manby, the top 2, go head-to-head next.
Welcome back. The two early pace setters here on Champions Week in Group A. Derek Coulson and Charlie Manby set to face off for the first time. Things are about to get very, very interesting indeed. Derek rock solid as per usual, taking advantage of below par on the outer ring at least Keegan Brown in his previous match. Charlie Manby dispatching Dean Finn. This one all set to be an absolute cracker, and the question is, Laura Turner, which way is this one going to go?
I'll be honest, it's anyone's guess at this stage because, as you say, both have put in two really solid performances.
First leg, Derek to throw first. Game
both
on.
have had a little bit of trouble when it's come to seeing off legs consistently and efficiently, but both have done more than enough in terms of getting across the line in the end, and it's the perfect start for Derek Coulson.
180.
Well, it's the afternoon now. He says he's not a morning person.
It does feel sometimes slightly unnatural for players.
95.
You know, it depends on how you prepare for tournaments and things, because a lot of players, they want to be here a couple of hours before. Well, this kicks off at 9:30, so that means kind of getting here for around 7:30. If you factor in things like, you know, getting up, getting ready, breakfast, this could be a 6 a.m. start for a lot of people. And when you play in kind of tournaments around the circuit, you're talking 10,
59.
11, 12 o'clock starts. So it is an adjustment for players. But to be fair, it's one that Derek Coulson should be more than ready for now.
Hogwash played 3 rounds in the Dutch Open by that time.
100.
Dutch Open, though, is just a completely different kettle of fish. You know, you're in amongst another 4,000 players. That is
58.
possibly the
Derek, you
biggest
require
field of any one
161.
tournament.
Yeah, slightly more refined field in Champions Week, but Coulson starting strongly on his own throw.
65.
Manby yet to really kick into gear. Arguably Charlie Manby still the holder of the best
59.
performance of the day so
required
far. That
96.
4-2 win over Tom Sykes, including 4 180s. Derek's got a bit of time. Maybe he wasn't expecting in a match such as this.
56. $100. Derek, you require 40.
For an opening holder throw for DC.
Game shot on the first
Use
leg.
that second
Derek
dart there
Coulson.
as a great guide for double 10.
Second leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
So a serene start to this top of the table encounter. And now Manby starts to find.
140.
Derek Coulson fighting back with a
140.
140 of his own. Just into the second leg of the match, and this game starting to come to the boil.
140.
I think when you watch Derek Coulson, it's really deceptive because he just seems so unwavering when he's up at the oche, very calm and very composed character that you don't necessarily always
121.
think that the performance that he's putting in, because it doesn't reflect in the body language at all. You look at the likes of Tom Sykes or Charlie Manby, and they play with such pace and
105.
they're right up to the oche quickly. Derek, very much, he's not slow by any means, but he's just got that more methodical pace and action.
Doesn't give anything away, does he?
140.
Whether he's
Charlie
scored
require
40 or
160.
140. And he's outscored Manby here on Charlie's throw.
60.
Couldn't find
Derek,
a 3-figure
require
out.
100.
Could Coulson find his own level ton for 2-0? Is that in, Andrew? Andrew, can we just double check? That's in.
On the second leg. Derek Coulson.
Yeah, and if he does give anything away, that was probably the only slight
leg,
tell,
Derek
wasn't it?
to
Because yeah, it was way
Roper.
off the tops. It was
Game
just didn't quite get the release right, but the adjustment, as always, perfect.
I've just
43.
heard off Derek's Monday Night League captain. Join us away tonight, apparently, Derek. I don't think he'll be back
96.
in time. 3.5 hours to Market Drayton from here.
But it goes back to what we were saying earlier, the fact that it's been very much all about the Modus Super Series and then backing it up with local league, the levels that Derek is still finding and producing. I think that just makes it all the more impressive.
96.
We quite often have the narrative that, you need to be playing all these really top players to push your game on. And yes, to an extent it's true, but Derek's a bit of an exception to that rule.
$138.
Nothing wrong whatsoever with the way he's going about his business in the early stages.
45.
Yeah, with the average currently just teetering over 101 for Derek Coulson.
And you felt like he had more to give following those opening 2 victories.
100.
And that is coming to fruition in the opening stages of this match. And Manby now firing back.
125.
But by Charlie Manby
Derek, you require
standards,
80.
it's been a bit in and out so far. And Coulson looking to go one away, not wasting any time.
60.
But again, going
Charlie,
quite
you require
low.
139.
Manby can't find the
59.
139. Derek's
Derek, you
back for
require
2 tens
20.
to move a leg away from what would be the biggest win seen on this stage so far today.
No score.
Yeah, tops has proven troublesome. Now
Charlie,
double
you
10
require
is
80.
not being found. And Charlie Manby hit. Chance to win the leg, but also to break Coulson.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, he's not been at
Charlie
his
Manby.
best so far in this match, but Charlie Manby is bang in contention.
Fourth leg, Charlie to Thoreau first.
The chips were
Game
down,
on.
and Manby found tops when Coulson couldn't.
140.
And kicks off again here with another big 2 treble visit. Just starting to ask questions of Derek Coulson.
$140.
We saw it, the prime example of you cannot allow Charlie Manby a way, an
100.
avenue back into a match, because he will make you pay. Look at what happened in the group stages of his finals, his weekly finals night, just a couple of weeks ago. Scott Campbell had the
57.
chance to eliminate Manby. That chance wasn't taken, and then all of a sudden, Charlie Manby went off like a rocket
53.
and found an extra 2 or 3 gears. It was relentless in the knockout stages of his weekly win from Champagne Charlie. And he's now looking
58.
good to level this match back up.
You only have to look at what Charlie's done this afternoon, this morning against Tom Sykes. It was on the back foot. Tom missed a handful of
84.
darts at a double, and Charlie Manby then, as you say, he's got that ability to find that extra gear.
$60. Charlie, you require
That earlier
124.
scoring prowess from Coulson, just evading him here in the fourth leg.
92.
Manby, once again, wonderful setup play.
180.
Well, the pressure's
Charlie
on.
required 32.
Be interesting to see what would happen should Derek get a chance at a finish. Manby's only got one more in hand.
No score.
Well then, Derek, you left it.
Derek, you require 6.
Did it end up being the right
James
choice
on
in
the
the
fourth
end?
left.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coulson.
180 to leave double 3 and pins it first start.
5th leg, Derek.
Well, he was
to
rubbish
row
on
first.
tops by his own
Game on.
standards, so going to the complete polar opposite of the board seems to have done the trick. I don't think it'll make a regular occurrence of it, though. But just as we said about not being able to give
134.
Charlie Manby an extra chance in a match, you can't do the same with Derek Coulson as well.
Yeah, potentially a bit of a head scratcher there for Charlie Manby. I think the reason Derek obviously went in for the max would have just been the fact that with 3 darts in hand, you would have expected
100.
Charlie to have pinned double 16.
$100.
Nothing separating them in this 5th leg after 6. Bit of a grimace there
80.
from Coulson. Rescues the visit, but doesn't leave a finish. Charlie Manby, on the other hand, very much will.
140.
Charlie Manby with the slight advantage, but back comes Derek Coulson. I'd argue if 2 had gone in, he wouldn't have gone for the 3rd, but I would have thought that was the leg
131.
before, so
Charlie
who knows?
require 127.
Well, Paul Hinks isn't in the building today, but his finish,
Game shot on the
his
5th
favourite
leg.
finish, has just
Charlie
been dispatched with serious aplomb.
6th leg, Charlie to row first. Game
That was mightily impressive. An opportunity missed by Charlie Manby in the leg previous to that to bring us level.
134.
You can never count him out. That was exceptional.
Charlie Manby pinning his first ton plus checkout.
57.
As you say, it's an important part of the match here. Could be a very important breaker throw because
134.
Charlie Manby now on the ascendancy in leg number 6.
$96.
Derek would have the honour of throwing first should this match go all the way to a deciding leg, which
63.
wouldn't be a surprise in the slightest at this stage. It wouldn't have been a surprise in the slightest before a dart was thrown in this match either.
Yeah, again, good ball management from Charlie Manby just to make sure that he's on a finish when he returns as the biggest of all, but the big fish not going to be reeled in here for Manby.
No, he did something previous, or something similar in a previous leg,
100.
but can't leave a finish
Charlie
this time
requires
to apply the
74.
pressure on Manby, who will have time with this 74. A slight slip there, but
Game
tidies
shot on
it
the
up
6th leg.
beautifully.
Charlie Manby.
We go all the way.
7th and final leg.
And you would say
Derek
prior to a
row
dart
first.
being thrown,
Game
this is
on.
exactly the point of where you'd expect these two fierce competitors to be. It's very much a game that's flip-flop between the two. Coulson very much in control in the
100.
early stages. Manby with a bit of a fight back and parity at 3 apiece.
87.
May still be early stages of Group A. You feel the way everyone has started this leg
180.
could go a long way to see who could well be topping the table come Wednesday afternoon.
60.
Yeah, quite often we put a lot of emphasis, obviously, on Wednesday because that's when the decisions are made. But these early exchanges, these early matches, they are just as important. They really could make the difference. And it's Derek Coulson once again. When his back's against the wall, he's the type of player that really can produce a mammoth leg.
No mistake about it.
Derek, you require 91.
Under that calm and friendly demeanour is the mentality of a serious, battle-hardened warrior. Tops for the match. Look at that. What a deciding leg that was from Derek Coulson. 11 darts to seal a huge victory over Charlie Manby. That was quality from both players. And that rivalry will be renewed tomorrow. But it's victory for Coulson with an average of 98, both sharing ton plus checkouts themselves. After the break, Tom Sykes returns. He faces Keegan Brown.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Champions Week has got underway on this Monday morning, and it's Derek Coulson who has taken the early lead in the group. That 91 finish for an 11-darter in a last leg decider sealed his 3rd consecutive win, getting the better of the previously unbeaten Charlie Manby by 4 legs to 3. So this is what we've seen so far. The last round of fixtures saw Keegan Brown get his first win of the week, a 4-2 success against David Evans. Tom Sykes also getting off the mark for a 4-1 win against Dean Finn. And it is Derek Coulson who is in charge of this embryonic Group A table, having got the better of Charlie Manby by 4 legs to 3. So this is how the table looks at the halfway point of the day. Derek Coulson with 6 points, Charlie Manby on 4, everybody else with 2 points. Everybody off the mark as we head into the final couple of rounds of the day. Scott Mitchell is with myself here in the studio, and the magnificent Modus Super Series trophy is here as well. And so far, so good as far as Derek Coulson is concerned. 3 games played, 3 victories for him. He was the favourite before a dart was thrown, and he's living up to that expectation.
Yeah, absolute dream start for him. He couldn't have dreamed of a better start to be in this position, and I think he's more than worthy of it. He's come here and he's not been steady. He's been better than steady this morning. He's done the right things at the right time, and now he's putting a target on his back saying everybody else needs to come and chase me.
Well, he took out this 1-2-2 against Keegan Brown. That's his best finish of the day, but I think in particular more than anything, it's been his timing, hasn't it, more than anything?
It seems to be, and we keep getting pushed into us. It's a young man's sport now, whatever, and Derek is really out there doing it for us old guys. He's doing everything that he needs to do. He doesn't look panicked. He doesn't look stressed. He doesn't look like... It feels like he's playing up the pub on a Monday night at the Dog and Duck. He's taken it all in his stride. We know that he's been here an awful lot, and his experience is sort of paying dividends.
So from somebody who made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship this year to somebody who had a dart to beat Luke Little at the World Youth Championship this year in Charlie Manby. He's going to be making his debut at Ali Pali in a few weeks' time. And actually, we were talking in the studio off air about how actually this week could be a real litmus test ahead of that for himself.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, a year is a long time in darts, and Charlie has been coming on leaps and bounds, learning up while he's on the game. You talk to him, he's a very knowledgeable fella about exactly where he wants to be. He's not one of these crowing, I want to be doing this, I want to be doing that. He's slow and steady, he wants gradual progress, and that's what we're seeing from him.
Tom Sykes and Keegan Brown, they're on stage ready to go for our next match here at the Live Lounge. Both got their first wins of the day in their previous matches. For Tom Sykes, up and running now, you get the sense now he's got that first win, he's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, I think so. For some players, you know, it feels like a first-round game every game when you haven't got that win under your belt. And so I feel that, yeah, now that he's got the win under the belt, he will be a little more settled. He has the Yorkshire grit, and that's what Tom's all about.
There he is warming up ahead of his game against Keegan Brown, which is about to get underway. And in the commentary box, Laura Turner is alongside Sam Mulliner.
Yes, thank you, Henry. Thank you, Scott. Absolutely. Tom Sykes has played a heck of a lot better than what the bare form suggests today. And on the remaining fixtures of the session, your eye is immediately drawn to the penultimate match where Tom Sykes will face Derek Coulson. Tom Sykes has been scoring absolutely exceptionally all day. But much like Keegan Brown, it's the outer ring that has been the minor issue. And there were signs that that issue could well be
first leg, Keegan being
put to bed for Sykes. As Keegan Brown gets us underway. Another interesting little contest 59. For us, Laura.
Yeah, both picked up their first win in that last round of 3. But I agree, I think
57.
It's been the doubles that have been the problem, especially for Tom Sykes. Go back to that second match where he went down 4 legs to 2 against Dave Evans, and 2 from 18. Much improved with the 4 from 7
100.
in the 4-1 defeat of Dean Finn.
99.
Now, David Evans isn't playing, but there's a little rubber duck on the table on the stage. Is that, I wonder,
82.
To avoid any potential further Watergate scandals, especially with Keegan Brown around?
140.
I promise you the duck is not actually in the glass. It's just the other side. Yeah, Dave Evans.
99.
Letting everyone know he's in the building.
That duck is an absolute rubbish swimmer.
100. Keegan, you require 161.
Both players starting relatively strongly in this one. Brown, though, under pressure to hold his throw.
47.
Sykes will fancy this.
Tom, you require 105.
Looking at double 14.
77. Keegan, you require 114.
Bit of a reprieve for Keegan. Again, can't work his way
98.
to a double.
Tom, you require 28.
This for a breaker throw. That should be the perfect guide, but goes the wrong side. So double 7.
Game shown the first
Sometimes an
leg.
awkward double, but
Tom
not
Sykes.
for Tom Sykes.
Second leg, Tom to throw first. Game on.
The duck has been avoided there. Must be Keegan Brown's doing. But since the shirt change from Sykes, he's been going from strength to strength. This isn't too bad from Brown.
140.
I had the honour of
140.
representing England alongside Tom Sykes earlier on in the year, and I had Scott Mitchell talking about it earlier on, and yeah, the levels that he was producing, the format is sometimes quite brutal because it's just one leg, but Tom Sykes just able to switch it on right from the very off. And as I say, today the scoring's not been an issue, as you're seeing here.
125.
But the finishing has. If he can get that bit right, then again, he will be a threat for the title.
Yeah, he's already in double figures
59.
for 180s today.
Tom, you require 96.
Scoring has been absolutely sublime.
78.
But it's the finishing that has been his foil so far. He's powered clear in this leg of Keegan Brown, which has afforded him another chance to tidy
85.
this leg up.
Tom, you require 18. Game showing the second leg. Tom
Tidies
Sykes.
up leg number 2. And actually, when I'm thinking back to
Third leg,
the week
Keegan
that Tom
to throw
Sykes did
first.
go on to
Game
win,
on.
early stages, he did really struggle with the finishing. To the point, I'm pretty sure I read on social media he was hoping that he could actually purchase a double 16 from somebody because it was just eluding him the whole time.
100.
Keegan Brown,
140.
once again, starting a leg strongly, but he will feel that things really haven't gone his way so far.
58.
Has picked up a win, but it could have been so much more.
46.
Keegan Brown went 4-2 down in his first match against Finn. Then went
60.
4-0 down in a match where he had 15 opportunities to hit a double against Derek Coulson. So before getting the 4-2 victory over Dave Evans.
96. $97. Keegan, you require 123.
And for once, time is on the side of the former World Youth Champion.
91.
Wasn't entertaining the bullseye whatsoever. Sensible play when the doubles haven't been going your way.
100. Keegan, you require 32. Game showing the third leg. Keegan
First start of the outer ring and found with no problem whatsoever for Keegan
Fourth
Brown.
leg, Tom to throw first. Game on. $58.
Keegan's, well, he'll tell you himself, he's renowned for absolutely guzzling the water on stage.
100.
Usually brings his own bigger glass to use. That's the sort of level we're dealing with the needle.
100.
It hasn't really been his usual self. Maybe the ducks intimidated him out of it.
95. 57.
Could that be another sign that maybe he's just not feeling himself so far today?
Yeah, perhaps. Sometimes you just have to play yourself into a bit of form.
40. 93.
Good treble 18 with the final dart of the visit there from Sykes. Keegan just weighing up his options.
99.
Could use a treble. Could Sykes. Finds one.
93.
Great dart.
Keegan, you require 167.
Yeah, massive last start, just taking off the 93. He will be back for a ton.
60. Tom, you require 100.
Tops. It was a game
60.
effort.
Keegan, you require
There's
107.
just a chance here for Keegan Brown. Looking now at double 16 and hits double 16.
Keegan Brown.
Brings us level.
Fifth leg, Keegan.
A resolute display from the
Game
needle
on.
against Tom Sykes, who was threatening to really power away.
Perfectly timed, 107 checkout. Yeah, as I say, when it comes to the outer ring so far,
60.
It's been perfection for Keegan Brown.
$100.
Hardly anything separating these two in the
140.
stats of the game. Averaging very, very similar. Legs dead level.
100.
Both having recorded one win so far. So you feel this is a crucial stage of the day for both.
60.
Yeah, for one, they'll be catapulted up into third position on the table, joint on points with Charlie Manby. And Charlie Manby will be in action in the next match against
57.
Dave Evans. There's sometimes a question that we often talk about is, we've said maybe Keegan Brown just maybe not quite himself, maybe taking a bit longer to settle down, but you've got to think he hasn't been here since week 2. That's when he picked up his weekly win. And whether there is just that
134.
slight
Keegan, you
advantage for
require
those players that
101.
won in the latter stages of the series.
61.
Yes,
Tom, you
way
require
back in week 2
110.
where he was affectionately given the nickname Kleenex Brown after that emotional win over Jimmy Van Schie.
50.
And it
Keegan,
is
you require 40. Game shot on the
Keegan
50.
Brown.
Keegan Brown.
Those earlier doubling woes, a distant memory. This has been really impressive
Six-leg
on the
Tom
outer
to
ring.
throw first. Game on.
He's one away from a day-changing win, but Sykes so strong on that treble. Another maximum.
$131.
You can just see
57.
Sykes battling to get back in the match, level it up, try and find a break of throat.
100.
You just feel like Keegan Brown has turned a corner here.
100.
was slow out the traps early doors. But this has been much, much improved.
180. Tom, you require 164.
What a time for Keegan Brown to find his first maximum of the match.
From staring down the barrel of another defeat, Keegan Brown is 90 points away
54. Keegan, you require
from a
90.
win that would bring him back into real contention. It's going to be for the ball.
43.
Didn't threaten. He knew it as
Tom, you
well.
require 110.
Yeah, he got the line right, but not the right level.
90.
But there's another match-winning chance here for
Keegan, you
Keegan
require
Brown.
47.
And double 16 has been tried and trusted in this match.
Game shot.
And tried and
And a
trusted
match.
once
Keegan
more.
Brown.
Sees Keegan Brown record a 4-2 victory over Tom Sykes in impressive fashion. Much, much improved display from Keegan Brown. Now he can neck the water. And he'll return later on in the session to face Charlie Manby. That could be danger for Manby. Keegan Brown, an impressive win. After the break, Manby returns. He faces David Evans.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Keegan Brown got the better of Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 2. Average just under 92, 4th and 6th on his doubles, and a 107 finish. It really did change the complexion of the contest. Changing the commentary box, it's myself and Scott Mitchell for the next couple of games, which features David Evans up against Charlie Manby. For Charlie, he was defeated in his previous game for the first time in this Champions Week, losing out to Derek Coulson by 4 legs to 3. It was an absolute corker of a contest. Coulson, with an 11-darter in a last leg, decided to get over the line. That was only a couple of matches ago, so he hasn't had too long to lick his wounds ahead of this contest. And once again, a meeting between two players either side of the Pennines. Manby from Yorkshire, Evans from Lancashire.
58.
And for David, well, he may have thought his hopes blew up in smoke when he lost to Keegan Brown in his previous contest. But against Charlie Manby, you're playing, let's be honest, Scott, one of the best players that hasn't got a talk, and as we all fully expect to get one next year.
Yeah, we kind of do, but I love the way that Charlie's playing it down. I spoke to him again this morning out the back, and he's saying, look, if I get one, I get one. If I don't, I get another year of this learning. And I think it's such a refreshing thing to hear from a young man. And a lot of the young players go, yeah, I'm going here. And then it's sort of like it's a given that they're going to get a tour card.
140.
He's one that you would feel it's going to be a given. And he doesn't feel like that at all. He's not bothered either way, whether he gets one or not. And I think, one, that's the best way to get one. That is the best way to have it in your head and mentality
83.
to get one. And 2, if you haven't, it's kind of glass half full is the way he's talking. I just love the way he's talking. It's very clever and very sensible.
123.
It's going to be at the World Championship for the first time in December. The draw will take place at around about 4:30 this afternoon. And I did try and coax Charlie into a kind of answer this morning
100.
as to who would he like to play at the Worlds. He just said, bring them all on. He'd like a big name. The bigger they come, the harder they fall, I think, is the way that he's looking at it. And I just think he's just going up there to embrace it, enjoy it, and kind of take the most of the experience. No expectations whatsoever.
20 for tops here for Evans. Tops go. So a nice 78 and a break of throat. Yeah, I agree. I was with him when you asked him what he wanted. And you kind of walked out of the room, and I was kind of left there with him. And he said, what do you think? And I said, I agree. I think for your first time, go and have a big name. Have no expectation on you.
85.
Be the underdog. It's the easiest way to play at Ali Pally, to be the underdog, but go and win the bull up and make them think about it. That's the secret. Be the underdog, win the bull up, and go and throw first in those early sets. And like I say, I think he's the sort that embraces it. I think he'll love it. I think he's going to learn an awful lot. And also, I think it may give him that drive to say, I want to be playing these guys every week. And that could be a little bit of a thing for him. And I think his management and everybody else would be good to sort of back that with him and get him wanting more of it.
I think as well with Charlie, he
59.
takes everything in his stride, and everything he's done this year. Obviously, I know everyone's mentioned the 130 average he had in the development tour game, and he's had a lot of attention this year. He's had a fair bit of press that he's had to deal with, and he takes everything in his stride. He's a very respectful young man as well, and I think he's somebody that if he was to get that big break, he will deal with it a lot, because we've seen that he can deal with anything put upon him here quite
57.
well, and there's no reason to suggest if he was to go on and break through that he wouldn't do likewise in the professional ranks.
No, absolutely. But when you speak to him, he's quite happy to, if he does get a tour card, he knows that he can't do it the way that he's doing it now. He knows he's got to work hard at it. Stretch here. Was looking
100
at the 160. He was looking good after the first. So 86 here for Manby. Is he going double? No, goes treble, double 7.
David, you require 60.
Didn't dabble with the doubles issue.
And so this for
20.
Bends the wire, and so Manby
Charlie, you require
has a chance
14.
to get that break back, which he lost in the previous leg.
Game shot on the second leg.
Nicely done.
Charlie Manby.
He just crept closer and closer, and the easiest thing to have done with that last up was have gone inside because it was double seven.
Row first. Game on.
Or gone shy on it because it was your last up, but he did neither. Broke back lovely. And now he's kind of in a position where he's got to put the pedal to the metal and show David Evans what he's going to hold throw this time round.
And as we were mentioning, this feels like the perfect litmus test for the
55.
World Championship. We actually said that game against Derek Coulson. Everything that Derek did in that game is probably what he's going to be up against a large amount of the field, Ali Pali, whereby he played well. He averaged 92, but opportunities are restricted. He was forced to take out shots like the 1-2-7. He had an 80 with one dying hand at tops. And obviously, we don't know who he's going to play. He could draw Luke Little. He could draw anybody in the competition. But against most of the C's, that might be... Oh, hello!
108.
Well, he's forever the showman, isn't he? If he does that on the Ali Pali stage, he might win 1 or 2 fans.
$99. Charlie, you require 102.
So 102 coming in then. Oh, lovely stuff.
Charlie
from Manby. Yeah. 102 from him to add to his 127
leg, David
from his last match against Coulson, and even mimicking the old blind 180 there. Love it.
Blind 180, 102 finished, 12 darter.
99.
And you wonder why we talk him up. And that first dart sat beautifully, sat perfectly. And that's a perfect start to leg 4 for Charlie Manby. And do you know what? If anybody is going to hit a 9 darter this week, he might... Oh, David Evans trying to do exactly what Charlie Manby did in the previous leg. But if there's a candidate to hit a 9 dart leg this week, he would have been chief amongst them.
94.
He would have been there's a bit of kidology going on here between these two. A bit of one-upmanship. It's not a road I'd be trying to go down with Charlie Manby because there would only be one winner.
58.
And that would be him.
Well, we saw in his previous weekly campaign that he lost his rag for a couple of seconds, but a bit like a bull, you point the red rag to him, then he comes out firing, and he's averaging here 103.5, just about in excess. 12 dart in the previous leg, could have been 11 here, and crucially, this is for a break of throw, which would give him full control of the contest.
134.
Yeah, would indeed.
Charlie, you require 90.
Stay there for treble 20 for double 5.
80.
Rushed that one a little bit, didn't he?
However, you do have to give Evans some kind of credit here because despite everything Manby's done, he's going to get a dart to level this game at 2-2, but you sense this tops has to go.
50.
Drops low, Manby's back for a 2-leg lead.
Charlie, you require 10. Game show on the 4th leg. Charlie Manby.
Yeah, nicely done by Manby. That was a chance for Evans.
5th leg, Charlie.
There is your leg-by-leg breakdown. 15, 18, 12, 13. Impressive.
That's a proper spell, that. 25 darts of 2 legs. And that's what it all equates to. Average in excess of a ton for Charlie Manby, just under the 102 mark. Evans effectively, when you look at those numbers, is finding himself a visit behind Manby every single leg, whether he's on throw or against throw.
And then when you're like that, you've then got to take those opportunities where you get the 1 dart at tops or
80.
Whatever double you get it at. If you're going to get back in the game, you've got to take those chances. Easier said than done, mind you.
$43.
And Manby will sense this as the chance. That's a slip, and now he really can go for the throat.
58.
Won't see many troublous scores like that from young Charles. Ah, he's the latest young player to subscribe to the Phantom Dart whilst the opponent's throwing club.
100.
The old ghost throwing in the background. Love it.
Or as we call around here, the crab.
99.
Is that the crab that's next to the tree?
Yep, and it's the worst Christmas fable of all time.
140.
Got 2 Scotty dogs and a cam and a crab tree.
164.
164 for the match for Manby. Can't be done now.
64. David, you require 121.
Treble 21st then. Treble 11. Is he going to get greedy or just do big fat 11? No. Does the big 11. Chance at the ball.
Game
Oh,
shot on
superbly
the fifth
done
leg.
from David Evans. Superbly done.
Sixth leg, David.
He knew that had to go because you would have
Game
half
on.
fancied Manby for the 100, but that 1-2-1 brings the game back to throw, and he now has an opportunity with the darts in his hand to take us all the way.
100.
Must be a Yorkshire thing for Evans. He had a 108 against Tom Sykes earlier. His only other ton plus finish, so he seems to be ganging up on the
81.
Yorkshire boys here.
When he sees the right rows, he's like a red rag to a bull, David Evans.
I've never seen a white
60.
woes.
To be honest, I was more worried about the red rag to the bull.
Oh, I've seen a red wag,
58.
but I've never seen a white woes.
It's all about who can get
59.
the W on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. And they do so. They pocket a cheque for £25,000, which for Charlie Manby would be his biggest paycheck. And a Champions Week win on his CW debut. However, David Evans is making him work for it. And you could see the grimace on his face. He really is fancying the task. However, if he's going to take us all the way, you sense he has to take out the 102.
He's done it once already in this match. A ton plus. Tops up for 3-3. Oh, David Evans.
David Evans.
As Del Boy would say, that is lovely
Seventh and
jubbly.
final leg, Charlie to
Back-to-back ton plus checkout to turn a 3-1 deficit into a level game. Charlie Manby has been hit by a couple of stone-cold stunners.
140.
And a win here would mean that Derek Coulson would be the front runner. He'd have space to gallop at the top of the table. He takes on Dean Finn in the next game, and he could open up a 4-point gap. He was able to win that game, and Evans was able to get a result here. However, Charlie Manby is in no mood to mess about.
100.
Yeah, tad unlucky for a few more there from Manby. Again, Whitthrow away. Evans needs a treble.
60.
Again, Whitthrow away for him. Manby will come out because that first one is a bit of a
48.
blocker.
Well, it's open up the door, but only if Evans can score big. Well, that first time is actually quite inviting for a couple of trebles to join, and that's why you can see the slight frustration. And not just that, but he's given Manby 6 and 2 on 3 to get over the line eventually.
100.
I think after he hit the treble with dart 2, I think he was expecting a bedfellow to join, but does leave himself on something to win the contest. Evans himself is going to leave himself in a poised position, a very poised position.
Require 113.
And all of a sudden, the pressure is on this young man's shoulders. Treble 18 gets it for tops.
73.
And that bends the wire.
David, you require 107.
So for 3 legs in a row, a 107 going here for Evans. 88, treble 16 looks to be the shot. Hasn't gone. 72, he'll stay there.
51.
It's all about Manby and that double
Charlie,
top now.
You require 40.
Well, David Evans has asked him every single question possible. Has Charlie Manby got the answers? He might not.
35.
He's missed 3 match darts.
David, you require 56.
He was 3-1 down. A couple of ton toppers brought us all the way.
Game
And
shot,
David
and the
Evans has
match.
taken it in the
David
last. And it means that Derek Coulson's going to have a sizable gap at the top of the table. Charlie Manby, having won his first 2 games, has lost the 2 thereafter. As for David Evans, well, he moves on to 4 points himself. It was a real corker of a contest. 3 ton plus checkouts in it. Coming up after the break, Dean Finn takes on Derek Coulson. Welcome back to Pluto TV. It's the Modus Super Series Champions Week live for you on this Monday afternoon. And that man in your picture throwing his final practice darts is Derek Coulson, and he's had a perfect start to the day. And with a victory here against bottom place Dean Finn in game 11 of the session, he will open up a 4-point lead at the top of the Group A table. The top player will automatically qualify through to Saturday night's Champions Night here on the South Coast, and the final opportunity to pocket the big cheque of £25,000 in 2025. With it as well, the appearance at the ADC Global Championship, which gets underway next week.
Game on.
Neither of these players have qualified for that tournament as of yet, and it would mean that their season would be extended by another week or two. But for Coulson, an opportunity has opened up for him to go on
46.
to 8 points. And crucially, Scott, even at this early stage of this Champions Week Group A, open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table.
Yeah, which is ideal if you're one of those players that don't...
180.
Yeah.
Well, Coulson kicking the game off with a max.
Yeah, nicely done by him. It seems to be a dream start for the full day for him. Every time he comes to the board, it seems to just happen.
Derek's stats for the day so far in the first 3 games he's played, running at an average of around about 92 and change. 4 180s so far. 3 ton plus checkouts, including that 1-2-2. Checkouts, 12 hits on 35 attempts, 34% in terms of the outer ring. And that is pretty much the par for the course, which is going to make you successful here at a Champions Week as he bangs in a second 180 in 3 visits at the start of this match.
$82. Derek, you require 84.
So 84 incoming here. Doesn't need to do anything bar go the 16s route and set himself up.
52.
Finn back on 2-3-4. I'd imagine Finn has kind of just let this game leg go and
80.
just
Derek,
lining
you require
himself up to try and
32.
hold his own. Oh no, it's not. It's row. So this is a break straight away.
888. Meaning there's a break at the end of this leg. Coulson one up. 14 data.
Yeah, we've been so
Second
so
leg,
used
Derek to row first.
to I'm not even going to smile. No, they're so used to the first leg going with throw. One caught me out a little bit.
95.
But yeah, nicely done by Coulson. And it just goes to show the vein of form he's been in this morning.
100.
In terms of Dean's morning so far, 3 games gone, just the 1 win to his name. Average of 86.09 for those first 3 matches. A couple of 180s, 120 checkout. 6 on 21 in terms of his finishing, 28.5%. And I suppose this is the difference between a regulation week and a Champions Week in terms of the standard needed to be successful. Because in a normal week, we'll probably look at those numbers 95. And say, that's very good. But when we get to this stage of proceedings, you need to find something in excess. And Dean hasn't just been able to do that so far today.
No, I've got to be honest.
81.
You know, Dean will be looking around him today, and this is kind of a big thing for Dean. He's 28 years old, and to be in amongst the clientele he's here this week at a Champions Week, I think he's 91. Achieved already for me. But no matter how this Champion Week goes, so what he's got to do now is try to enjoy it, try to take it in, and try and learn from these experiences. He's probably been sat around in the hotel waiting to go again yesterday where he hasn't gone home. It's always a difficult one psychologically to kind of get right. And I don't think there is any right and wrong way. You've got to live it and be in this position
70.
To be able to learn it. So he's in the position now.
So 144 for 2-0. Can't be done now.
$112. Dean, you require 145.
Once again, the irons into the green from Coulson. Very assured and calculated. It's 75 left, so what's another one of those green
87.
ones in the 17 was what he was
Derek,
after.
You require 32.
So double 60 for 2-zip. Beautiful guide. Surely there's no way he misses. No way he was ever going to miss. Coulson in control, 2-0 up, as you were.
Third leg, Dean to Thoreau first. Game on.
And do you know what? I was just having a look up at our fruit machine, Scott, and he's averaging just under 97, 50% on the doubles, which is it's brilliant numbers, but yet it just feels a little bit below par for him. That's the standard that he is set for himself.
I think he's making it look so easy is the issue. I think he's just that pace of thrower, that pace of thing. He wanders on up there, gets them out. His routine is as a simple a routine as I've ever seen in darts. It's efficient, is what it is.
93.
It's not the quickest, it's not the slowest, but it's very efficient what he does. And I think it's working for him absolutely brilliantly. And even when he throws, it seems to be effortlessly. And he's just enjoying what he does. He doesn't know how to do it any different. And you talk to him about it, he doesn't know what makes him special. And that's the key to it for me.
How difficult is it going to be for everybody else at Q School to keep pace with Derek? Because you get the sense, obviously the entry forms are in, he's going to be going there, and you put him down as one of the players that you really would fancy and favour to get a card. Of course, easier said than done, but 60. My goodness, he's got an incredible chance.
Yeah, I think he has. But we know it's all on the day. And if you do get a card, you need a big slice of luck.
60.
I've been fortunate enough to win one of the days at Q School to get my card, and you need a slice of luck. You need a big slice of luck. You can play as well as you like, but there's always a moment, there's a turning point, and it has to go your way, and you have to believe
60.
that it goes your way for you to then go and finish the job off.
And I'm sure next year that slice of luck will probably be drawing Scott Mitchell.
It could well be. It could well be.
Well, one of the stories, of course, involves one of the players playing 65. In this Champions Week. David Pallett got through to stage 2 at Q School, decided he didn't want to commit to the tour card, so he dropped out. Adam Lipscomb was the next best player off the list. He got in, got a tour card, and missed 10 match darts to get through to the quarterfinal to the Players' Championship finals on
100.
Saturday against Darryl Gurney.
Dean, you require 167.
Yeah, local lad to here in Portsmouth, and he is one of our success stories on the tour this year.
Well, it's not going to be a success story for Finn on the 167, and so Coulson to
82.
Go 3-0 to the good. Now, one of the things you do have here at the Super Series is an electronic scoreboard, which is powered by one person and powered by a little bit of internet usage. And so sometimes the computer doesn't always say yes. So it's just taking a little bit of time to reconfigure. Both players just taking this stride. Derek's so experienced here that he would have seen the odd thing here or there over the course of the last couple of years or so. It's one of those things that happens. Joys of technology. Obviously, there's no chalkers either side of the referee like you would see in a PDC major event, for example. 81. But we're all back up and running. Everything rebooted. The computer saying yes, and Coulson hoping to say yes to a 3-0 lead in this game. He's going to go double 19 here, and almost found it. Would have given him a
41
dart at tops.
Dean, you require 85.
85 here then for Dean Finn. Get himself on the board. 25 ball. There's the 25. There's plenty of space for the ball. Caught the 43. Flight and went the wrong direction.
Derek,
touch unfortunate 40. For Finn there. Coulson then back at tops.
Game shot on
Smack bang centre. Where else did you think it was going on a day like today? Playing lovely.
3-0 to the good.
Derek to Thoreau first.
In matter of fact, he's dropped just 5 legs so far today. Played 20, won 15.
57.
He is taking command of Champions Week Group A. He has won a Champions Week Group A in the past. Looking to do so on multiple occasions, something that no player has ever done in the past.
82.
Scott Campbell's won a Champions Week Group A. Luke Little obviously won one, but he didn't win the second one. Jeroen Murk. Dutch player.
81.
Won a
Champions Week Group A.
Thanks for explaining that. I thought you had something stuck in your throat there.
I haven't seen Giroud for quite a while now. Really popular player down here. And of course, who can forget that once upon a time, Bo Greaves won a Champions Week Group A. Didn't drop a game the whole week, and then her average was that good. She qualified for 61. The Group A, went straight through and lost out in the semi-finals of that particular Champions Week to Andreas Harrison, who would go on to win the title in incredible style, hitting a 121 checkout to win the final.
$90.
Of course, the first Champions Week final saw Conan Whitehead beat Graham Usher in the final, 4-zip.
$59.
Fair to say that if we've seen some blockbuster performances on Derek Coulson, we can call this one a professional job.
Yeah, very much so. That's exactly what this has been.
Derek, you require 104.
Dean hasn't done a lot wrong, but then Mr. Coulson does a lot right.
Game shot and a match.
Including
Derek
that.
Coulson.
A nice little 104 to finish. A 4-0 demolition of Dean Finn. Coulson, 4 out of 4. Looking very tidy indeed here in Group A, first day on Monday of Champions Week. We head into a short break, and on our return, we will have Charlie Manby taking on Keegan Brown.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. One more round of fixtures left for you on the opening day of Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. And it's looking like it's going to be Derek Coulson's day. A 4-0 win before the break over Dean Finn. What a match between David Evans and Charlie Manby prior to that. Evans coming out on top 4-3, and there is how the land lies at this early stage of the week. Derek Coulson, 4 wins out of 4 with a very healthy leg difference indeed. Manby, Evans and Keegan Brown, who has grown into the session really nicely, lead the chasing pack. And somehow Tom Sykes has only got 1 win to show for his efforts here today, but he's played so much better than that bare form suggests, as has Dean Finn. Tom Sykes has hit 11 180s across the session, so that just goes to show just the standard we are dealing with, as you would well expect here on Champions Week. The action on stage set to continue, and kick-starting our final round of fixtures this afternoon. Charlie Manby against Keegan Brown. And Charlie Manby, Laura, can count himself a little unfortunate that he's off the back of 2 defeats.
Yeah, he started off the day really positively, put in the performance of the session so far in his opening match with a 4-2 win over Tom Sykes. But yeah, especially in that last outing for Charlie Manby, he lost 4-3 in a deciding leg against Dave Evans, but had match-winning opportunities. A win here would turn his day round. But again, Keegan Brown, complete reverse day. He's really warmed to the task as the day has gone on. Suffered 2 early defeats. One is back to one of these 2 players will be moving on to 6 points. At the beginning of the day, you would have said it was Manby, but if Brown plays like he did in his last outing, every chance it could be him.
89.
So much water to go under the bridge before we reach Champions Night on Saturday.
$81.
Nip and tuck in the opening leg. It's hard not to be impressed with the way Keegan Brown has sort of held on in there in the early stages.
93.
And showed real mental fortitude to really grow into the session, play some really nice stuff. Manby
100.
has been strong all day, just such are the fine margins.
As Brown here with the early opportunity. Yeah, that obviously
91.
left his hand feeling good. There was a bit of a reaction from Keegan Brown.
Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3.
105.
It's almost as easy as ABC for Manby.
40.
Tops for Brown. This is for a break. Good guide. Pings the double 10 for 1-0. And already that
Second
could be a big moment in this match.
Game on.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying with regards to Keegan Brown, he suffered that 4-0 loss to Derek Coulson in a match where he had 15 darts at a double. Bounced back against Dave Evans with a 4-2 win, but was 4 from 19.
58.
When it came to those doubling stats, had to be afforded a lot of opportunities, but it was the match, the 4-2 win over Sykes. He was 4 from 6, and one of those darts was a rejection for going for the ball. Much improved indeed.
140.
So what you're saying is, Laura, that dart that he rejected to go for at bull shouldn't count in the statistics.
I'm not counting it. Absolutely.
No, I'm with you. There was no way he was entertaining that shot at the bull. It was sensible board management that paid dividends for Keegan Brown.
100.
And he's ticking over nicely once again here, leaving a finish after just 9 thrown.
41. Keegan, you require 161.
As we've learnt in the past, if you can get Charlie Manby down, you have to keep him down.
50.
You cannot allow him an avenue back into a match because he will punish you. He has such quality
59.
at his disposal,
Keegan,
does
you require
Manby.
111.
Keegan Brown
Game
is
shot on the
keeping
second
Manby
leg.
down.
Keegan Brown.
111 for 2-0. This is impressive from the former World Youth
Third
Champion.
leg, Charlie to Faro first. Game on.
No two ways about it. Like his namesake, he would love it if he could win this. Love it.
140.
Yeah, Charlie Manby, though, a little bit off the pace in terms of what we've seen from him. You just wonder if those last 2 results are just playing on his
60.
mind slightly, especially the one against Evans where he had the opportunity to get across the line. You don't have a great deal of time in these round robin stages to kind of get over a loss.
$54.
But this is
71.
a great leg from Charlie Manby, down to 50 after 9. Does he go for it? Does he go for the 10?
There was a bit of
58.
showmanship in his
Charlie
previous
required
match with a
50.
blind 180. Oh, he went for it. Oh, I love it. He's made a bit of a mess of it. That's why there was a
18.
little bit of a smirk from Charlie Manby. But even Keegan Brown can appreciate it.
I think the other thing that Keegan may be having to negotiate is the fact that he's been in our position. He's been in the commentary box, so he probably has a different feel to come back here after a good few weeks.
Charlie required
when
32.
Been in the comms more than he's been up on the stage.
Game shot on the third leg.
And with a little
Charlie
double-double.
Manby.
Not wholly intentionally. Charlie
Fourth
Manby
leg,
gets
Keegan
back
to
into this
Faro
match.
first. Game on.
An eyebrow-raising hold of throw. Keegan Brown
140.
maintaining his strong start.
93.
Already broken the Manby throw in this match, so Keegan knows full well all he has to do is hold his own.
100.
Yeah, I remember when I first started kind of doing more and more on commentary and then trying to get myself back into that
45.
gameplay mode. There is a part of you that if you don't switch it off, you end up commentating on your own game or trying to second guess what people are saying, if things are going well or things are going wrong. Hopefully that is not something that is affecting Keegan.
97.
Or your future opponents.
99. Keegan, you require 164.
So it won't go this time, but still 100 ahead before this visit.
95.
So once again, ticking over nicely. And a win for either here will set them up perfectly for moving day tomorrow.
100.
And they know
Keegan, you require 69.
these two will renew their rivalry early doors tomorrow. As Keegan looks now at double 6.
63. Charlie, you require 164.
Is there a showstopper for Charlie Manby? Another one of those for the ball for a 164. A 164 is found. Charlie Manby brings us back to 2 apiece.
And for Keegan Brown,
leg, Charlie
that
to
will
Faro
sting.
first. Game on.
How does Keegan react after that one? And look at this.
177.
Look at this. And like I said earlier, when you get Charlie Manby down, you have to keep him down.
Yeah, 2-0 down.
80.
Charlie Manby was averaging 15 points less than what he's averaging now. He's really turned it around, and it goes back to exactly what you said. You cannot give him any chances because he's got that caliber, that quality, and he's also got the highest finish of the day.
And now Keegan has to wrestle back
180.
that break of throw. That's not a bad way of going about things, but
96.
as we've seen him do so often, Charlie Manby just finding that extra gear.
180.
But so is Keegan Brown.
Charlie require 103. Game showing the 5th leg.
As Keegan Brown would say, this is utter filth.
6th leg, Keegan to
And from such a dominating position. What can you say about that? Charlie Manby knows full well what he is displaying here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that reaction from Charlie Manby, one, he knows that he's just taken out 2 consecutive ton plus checkouts, but the fact that Keegan Brown had gone back-to-back 180s in there as well denied Keegan a chance back to the Oki.
95.
Keegan has made one mistake all match. And that one minor mistake, allowing Charlie Manby a shot at 164, is all that it's taken to completely flip reverse this match.
42. $139.
And again, he's powering clear. From a comfortable position where it was almost like
94.
Keegan Brown was ambling his way to a comfortable win to round off his opening day. He's staring down the barrel of a potential defeat.
Keegan,
this could well have to go.
He has found a 111. Another one in there for the 170. Keegan Brown needs the ball for 3 apiece.
145.
Oh, it was a great effort.
Charlie, you require 128.
So then, Charlie, can you?
118.
So, did he rush that third
Keegan, you
dart?
require 25.
And it's the pressure he was under applied from such a resilient Keegan Brown. And he has earned himself a way back into this match. What a fantastic tie this has been. Wholly deserving of a last leg decider.
Final leg, Charlie to Farouk.
Both of these two
game on.
Putting on a real display.
$60.
The first time Keegan Brown's had to go to a last leg decider so far today. Charlie Manby got slightly embroiled in this kind of result against both Derek Coulson and Dave Evans, and both of them went the way of the opponent.
55.
Two disappointing opening visits for Charlie Manby.
140.
Two strong opening visits from Keegan Brown. Now, I know for a fact that in last leg deciders,
42.
Keegan Brown does enjoy not having the honour of throwing first. He likes to chase.
Well, with darts like this, you can see why. Very much
84.
wrestled that advantage Charlie Manby had by throwing first.
60.
And from chasing
Keegan,
Charlie
you require
Manby
140.
to eclipsing Charlie Manby, Keegan has 6 from 140.
57.
Well, that's less than ideal, and there's a bit of an opportunity. Another treble, a
100.
necessity, which couldn't be
Keegan, you
found.
require 83.
It didn't have to chase the single 16
43.
to leave the ball with Charlie Manby way back on 184. He'll look to pressure this and just hope he gets a chance to get back to the oche.
100. Keegan, you require 40.
So then, tops for Keegan Brown,
Game
and
shot.
tops it
And a
is.
match.
What
Keegan
a match
Brown.
between two fantastic darting stars. That was sublime from both. It could have gone either way, but this time it goes the way of the former World Youth Champion Keegan Brown. The pair share 90 averages. The pair share ton plus checkouts. After the break, Tom Sykes faces the group leader, Derek Coulson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
oche with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. And on the opening day of Champions Week, Derek Coulson has the opportunity to run the card on day one. The man standing in his way, Tom Sykes, who has scored magnificently in double figures already for 180s. But it's been the doubling that has made Sykes come a cropper. It's been well worth a heck of a lot more than just one win, which is all he's achieved so far. But given the way Sykes has played,
First leg, Derek, 2
it
for
wouldn't be a total
Game on.
surprise to see him ruin Derek's perfect day.
Yeah, for me, it's just all been about the doubling, because if you consider the fact that Tom Sykes averaging in excess of 91 for the day. But he's 10 out of 45. He's 22% on the doubles, and it was the timing of the misses as well, because the 180s, that's number 12 for Tom Sykes today. That has not been an issue.
Meanwhile, for Derek Coulson, he's dropped just 5 legs all day. 2 whitewash wins. 4-2 win over David Evans. And a 4-3 win over Charlie Manby. Manby himself falling foul to last leg shootouts on more than one occasion.
91.
Well, in fact, Charlie Manby's full foul of last leg shootouts in every match he's lost so far today.
140.
But you expect those fine margins on a Champions Week, particularly a Champions Week with this much quality on show. And straight away, Sykes has earned himself a chance to break
60.
the Coulson throw.
Tom, you require 56.
2 for tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
No problem on the outer ring this time for Tom Sykes. Breaks the Coulson throw in 12.
Second leg, Tom to throw first. Game on.
You can imagine there's a few more players in the back that would just be urging Sykes on here, not allowing Coulson to slip the field after day one.
Derek Coulson will not make that task an easy one as he finds his first maximum.
180.
Yeah, we did say at the beginning of the afternoon, of the morning session, we didn't think there would be anyone that would perhaps dominate the group. Well, Derek Coulson at this stage is kind of defying those original thoughts.
100.
Strong start from Derek on the Sykes throw.
60.
Could that well be the minor slip from Sykes that Derek needs to reassert a bit of authority?
85. $99.
Well,
Derek, you require
a
136.
slightly more achievable finish, but this is not out of range for Derek Coulson. It is now.
96.
Just sets it up and
108.
now has to hope.
$92.
Sykes will
Derek,
be
you
there,
require 40.
ready to pounce should this tops not go. But it's gone.
Game shot in the second leg. Derek
The
Coulson.
third time of asking.
Third
Derek
leg,
Coulson
Derek to
levels
throw
it up.
first. Game on.
Just when Sykes thought he was in with a glimmer of hope. An immediate break back.
140.
Yeah, and a strong start here for Coulson on leg number 3. It was a breaker throw from Tom Sykes in 12 in the first. Coulson returned the favour with a break himself in 15. And both players kicking off with 140s. We thought this game may catch a light, and it's definitely not disappointed so far.
140. $82.
Both of these players with huge pedigree on this stage. It really wouldn't be a surprise to see them renew a rivalry here on Saturday night. Long way to go, of course.
140.
But 2 of the big favourites here to win Series 12 and join an illustrious
99.
list.
Derek, you require 81.
3 consecutive 140s for Derek Coulson. And now just looking to set up when he returns.
Options for Derek.
49.
Bit of a sensible ploy there. Tops hasn't really been an ally.
60. Derek, you require 32.
Will double 16 be a friend or a foe?
Game shot.
There's your answer.
Derek
2-1 Coulson.
Fourth leg, Tom to Faro first. Game on.
The leg by leg there just goes to show what we are dealing with these two.
60.
Both averaging in excess of a ton. As you can see there, it's never flashy with Derek Coulson, but it is consistent and consistently brilliant.
Yeah, after that first breaker throw from Tom Sykes, and Tom Sykes being ready to pounce in leg number 2, it's been all Derek Coulson from there on in.
As the weeks have gone by since
60.
his weekly win here, when speaking to Derek, as people may well know now, Derek and I play on the same local league teams, and I have it on Derek's authority that were he to hit a 9-darter or potentially go on and win this week, that he will give it some and celebrate.
Yeah, he's the type of player, isn't he, that just keeps everything in check. But I remember when he won his weeks, it does give it a little bit of a celebration at the end as we go back-to-back 180s from these two.
Sykes sat on 24 after just 12 thrown. Coulson, for an absolute heartbreaker for Sykes, really threatened it.
Require 24.
No room for doubling errors this time for Sykes. It's found a nice little nook and cranny in the bottom corner of that double 12 to bring us level.
Fifth leg, Derek to Faro
Derek Coulson
Game on.
averaging just shy of 110. Tom Sykes around about 108. 2 legs apiece. What a treat this is.
97.
Yeah, look at that leg by leg, 12 and 13 from Tom Sykes and a 15 and 13 from Derek Coulson.
Steady enough.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
134.
And neither player look like they're going to relent.
140.
Oh, this is relentless. Absolutely relentless.
180.
You just get certain matches that you don't want to end.
100.
This definitely feels like one of them because the standard is outstanding.
All of a sudden you feel shortchanged that this is only first to 4. Bull.
Oh, the fifth leg. Derek
beautifully brilliant. Sykes was there ready to pounce.
Sixth leg, Tom
Look at those numbers.
Game on.
Derek Coulson a leg away from a perfect day in Champions Week.
45.
It's just a day where things haven't really gone the way of Tom Sykes, but very much going the way of perfection for Derek Coulson.
91.
But my word, is he being made to work for it.
$100.
Tom Sykes has played well today. This is similar to what Derek found during his
100.
weekly win back here when he had to contend with the likes of Jeffrey Deswan. Derek didn't play badly on the Monday, but
57.
the table suggested otherwise. That could be the case for Sykes here.
But as you said earlier, The week's not won on day one. Plenty of time
100.
to get things right as the week progresses.
$96.
Just the one treble for Sykes, and in a game like this, one treble per visit just isn't enough.
100.
Well, that one treble visit is enough to get Coulson down to a finish, but what Sykes got left? And it's a great pick off with that last dart.
Derek,
absolutely nothing to split them.
There's the treble. There's the single for a perfect day.
90. Tom, you require 110.
If there's any Achilles heel for Derek Coulson today, it's been that tops target. But he's back for tens.
78. Derek, you require 20.
Here we go then, Derek Coulson to round off a perfect day to open Champions Week. Working his way inside and hits the target with the last dart in hand, not for the first time. And Derek Coulson, the proud Welshman from Market Drayton in Shropshire, runs through the card on the opening day of Champions Week. What a day for DC. Tom Sykes, a very game dance partner. Look at those numbers. 106 average, plays 103. What a match that was. The final match of the session is after the break. It's David Evans against Dean Finn.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. We round off the opening day of Champions Week here on Pluto TV with an encounter between David Evans and Dean Finn. David Evans in his previous match getting the better of a tightly wound affair between himself and Charlie Manby. Evans the 4-3 victor. And Dean Finn, who has had to extend his stay here in Portsmouth after winning Week 12's
First leg, David,
finals night
first.
just 2 days
Game
ago.
on.
The Irishman has endured a tricky opening day himself, but no better way to potentially wrap it up with a win.
134.
He started off really strong, didn't he? Got that 4-2 victory over Keegan Brown with just in excess of a 90 average. Nice 3-figure out as well. But since
100.
then, it hasn't made for great reading for Dean Finn. And I just wonder, with the exploits of what happened on Saturday, just that one day to recover in between, then straight back here for Group 8 action. Might just take him a bit of time to recover. Quite often we say there's not many opportunities for players to play this amount of darts over such a concise period of time, especially if you're in Group A. And I think for someone like Finn, he came in at the group
41.
stages last week, so he had 3 consecutive days. Now he's got another 5, potentially 6. That is a lot of darting action just over the last couple of weeks.
180.
You like that? Give me the old thumbs up. Didn't realise Andrew Gilding was in the building.
100. Dean, you require 143.
He's worked his way back into this opening leg. Can't finish now, but good to see a resurgence
95.
from Dean.
David, you require 86.
Evans. Will he stay and go for the treble? Can't find it, so bull the target.
61. Dean, you require 48.
Not happy with that effort because it affords this opportunity here for Dean Finn. But that's awkward. Forces the move across the oche.
16. David, you
It's a
require
real skill
25.
if you're able to move and find the target because you're throwing from a slightly different distance.
Game shot on the
Right
first leg.
at the
David
bottom
Evans.
of the bed.
Second leg, Dean.
It's
to
just
throw
a hold.
first.
There was
Game
an
on.
opportunity for a break for Dean Finn, which couldn't be taken, and David Evans could potentially end the day in second place, which would represent a really solid
60.
day's work for Stretch.
Yeah, despite the dominance that we've seen from Derek Coulson, who sat comfortably at the top of the table on 10 points.
84.
Hasn't dropped a single match. For the rest of the chasing pack, there is still plenty to play for. There's still a lot of things that can happen between now and Wednesday.
84.
Absolutely. When you see Tom Sykes round off his opening day with just one win after hitting, 13 180s.
100.
Just goes to show.
Well, if Dean Finn can get a win here, it would actually resign Tom Sykes to the bottom of the pack, which really would be
45.
an upset of the odds, because coming into this, it was the likes of Derek Coulson, Tom Sykes really are 2 of the favourites to go ahead and actually win the title.
140.
He's your pick.
He is indeed.
But, like I said in that previous match, Derek Coulson endured
85.
a similar day on his way to winning the week. So, Tom Sykes can take heart of that, and wouldn't be a surprise to see him go on to do the same.
57.
Dean Finn now just
93. David,
Trying
you
to find
require
an avenue
120.
back into this leg on his own throw. And Evans now looking to stretch his way up the ladder. Looking at Tops from left to right.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beautifully done. Expertly done. For 2-0. A Shanghai
leg,
finish.
David to
Had him
Farouk
jigging
first.
across, back and forth across the hockey.
And what you did see with that 120 finish from the angle that we had it at was by moving across to the left of the hockey, it left a really big space when Dave Evans moved back over to the right, just because of the angle that the dart landed in the board.
Well, he's got his dancing shoes on.
180.
Dean Finn has finally rediscovered his scoring boots.
Yeah, there were moments from Dean Finn
91.
last week where he was almost unplayable. And I think the one thing that we were saying, especially in the group stages for Dean, was just that level of consistency at such a high level. Just wasn't quite maintaining it.
$60.
Herein lies the opportunity that Dean Finn was waiting for, but
95.
needed a treble and got the treble. With the final dart of the visit, leaves a finish after just 9 thrown on the Evans throw.
43.
Dart 3 thrown
Dean,
in a
you
bit of
require
frustration because
167.
it was all round it but not in it. So 6 darts from here for Dean Finn if he needs them. If he needs them. Will he go for the ball? Of course he'll go for the ball. It's a 167 from almost out of nowhere. Dean Finn gets the leg on the board and great
Fourth leg,
sportsmanship
Dean
in the
to
end
Farouk
from
first.
Dave Evans.
Game on.
Well, that is exactly how you fire yourself back into a match. Where did that come from? From Dean Finn. 167.
80.
Every single player today has had their shining moment. Finn will be hoping for a fair
60.
few more.
Yeah, that 167 finish just beats Charlie Manby's 164 as the best finish.
46.
All we're missing now, of course, is the big fish.
58.
I've got a feeling we might see a few. I'm hopeful. We've had a few threatened already today.
I'd be amazed if we didn't. And I'd be
100.
slightly surprised if we didn't see a 9-darter this week as well. The players we've got on display.
$96. $60.
Trebleless visit from Finn. And after working his way back into this match, has handed the initiative back
180.
to David Evans, who picks one up off the floor and fires it in the treble 20 bed nonetheless.
Yeah, Dean Finn, as you say, he felt like he did a lot of the hard work in the leg before to find the break against Evans,
David,
but now 6 darts from the 107. Dave Evans just looking to reinstate that 2-leg lead.
45.
And now Dean Finn is reliant on David Evans missing.
100. David, you require 62.
And Evans hasn't missed a lot over the course of the day. And that trend has continued.
David Evans.
A leg away from going in to day
Fifth leg,
two,
David
second in the
Tufaro
table.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I think for Dave Evans, you would probably say, if he gets over the line here especially, it's just been a real all-round
96.
professional job really from Evans.
Primed for moving day tomorrow, as is Keegan Brown.
43.
But you still wouldn't count anyone out.
I'll be honest, you could completely reverse a lot of these results tomorrow and it wouldn't be a
96.
shock to anybody.
It would be for Derek Coulson if you're saying he's going to get beat 5 times out of 5 tomorrow.
I said almost all of them.
140.
You don't see anyone kind of losing all 5, but what you might see is it wouldn't surprise you tomorrow if Tom Sykes comes back and he actually goes through the
93.
card.
Absolutely. I think all he has to do is sort out those doubling woes.
100.
I guess the big thing for Tom Sykes is when he comes back, he'll be second game on tomorrow and he'll run straight into Derek Coulson, and we've just seen an
90.
epic battle between those two.
Absolutely, but this time, Tom Sykes would have the darts.
140. David, you require 126.
This match will be the opener tomorrow morning. I trust you will rejoin us at 9:30 on Pluto TV as Evans
101.
misses a match start at
Dean,
the
you
bullseye.
require 78.
Shake of the head there from Evans. Dean Finn. Perfect first start, looking for double 12,
Then
and that's
shot on the
another
fifth leg.
combination
Dean Finn.
finish that keeps Dean Finn in the match. We're actually back on throat, despite the lead
Sixth
that
leg,
Dave
Dean
Evans
to
keeps
throw
finding.
first. Game
Dean
on.
Finn finding a way to keep himself in this match.
Really neat and tidy finish that, wasn't it?
59.
Comes as no surprise for Dean Finn when you come through a finals night involving sort of two ends of the darting spectrum in Archie Self, the 16-year-old, and Mervyn King, who's
140.
slightly older than 16.
$92.
When Dean Finn managed to find a break against Evans earlier on in the match, he wasn't able to hold throat. A trend he's going to look to change here,
41.
and that could be a real opportunity for him to just get his nose in front.
$59.
Like you said, Laura, a win for Finn here would relegate Tom Sykes to bottom of the table. It would put Dean Finn alongside Charlie Manby.
$140.
Much better from Evans. Puts him back in control of this leg on the Finn throw.
95.
A grimace there from Finn. Really needed that other big treble to leave himself on a finish. As it stands, he's afforded Dave Evans time.
100.
Steady ton. Slightly unfortunate. Couldn't find that second treble to leave tops.
135.
Recovers well.
David, you require 80.
For the match. 2 darts at double 10. Only
Game
needs
shot
the
and a
one.
match.
And
David
David Evans will round off day one of Champions Week, finishing in second place in the group. Dean Finn, a tough day at the office following an opening win over Keegan Brown. He'll be back tomorrow, rejuvenated and refreshed, that is for sure. 90 averages for the pair. Ton plus checkouts for the pair. Dean Finn's 167, the highlights. Join us after the break as Scott and Henry round off the day's action.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. He's Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
The end of day 1 at Champions Week, and Derek Coulson is the player at the top of the table. He's won all 5 of his matches on Monday, and he is the player to beat. Some big finishing and some big scoring as well. He had everything in his arsenal, that's for sure. This is how the day finished up. He got the better of Tom Sykes 4-2 in his final game. That was before a 4-0 win against Dean Finn. He was just dominant from the very first start of the day to the very last start of the day. Those are the results then from Champions Week Group A. The first day's worth of action coming to a close, and as you can see at the end of it, Derek Coulson at the top of the table on 10 points, but perhaps some surprises as to who's in the bottom half of the table. Charlie Manby and Tom Sykes, 2 of the fancied runners before dart was thrown, in 4th and 5th position respectively. David Evans and Keegan Brown both on 6 points from the first day's worth of play, whereas Dean Finn finds himself at the foot of the table. Well, Scott Mitchell is with me here in the studio to reflect on everything that we have seen on the opening day of Champions Week 12. And look, Derek Coulson, he was the favourite before dart was thrown. He was the player that was given the big build-up. And sometimes that can flatter to see. But in the case of Derek Coulson, he just dominated right from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been super solid. And some, I think, is the way to put it. I think he stepped up, but he's made it look so easy. He doesn't look like he's breaking sweat. He's just going up there, doing things as Derek does it, and he's not worrying about anybody else. He's playing the dartboard up there. He's not actually playing the player. And I think that is pretty amazing for somebody to come in on the first day of Champions Week and do such a thing. It's experience, and that's what he has.
He's most certainly an experienced campaigner, but he's somebody like a fine wine that's just getting better with age.
He is, and we're running out of superlatives to assign to him because he's doing everything every time, and the bookies very rarely get it wrong. And you're looking at today, and they must be going, "We got it right."
Well, they most certainly got it right, but perhaps they couldn't assess what would happen in positions 2 and 3. David Evans and Keegan Brown occupying those spots. And in particular, Keegan Brown, we were speaking off air about his fighting qualities, battling spirit. He's an experienced campaigner, and it felt like he used every single fibre and fabric of that experience today.
Yeah, there are times in matches and times in games where you recall moments in past games, and he really has. He could have easily sort of folded after the first couple of games and sort of come down on himself, but his experience tells him there's another 13 games left in the group. So he just battled away, and I think for me, he showed his experience. He showed that he's had a tour card. He showed that he's a former youth world champion. And I think that's the qualities that he brings to this series.
We all raised question marks when he was the 25-1 outsider with the 12 at the beginning of the day. We felt as if he was somebody that could lay low under the radar. He's kind of done it today to a certain extent, but I don't think we're going to allow him to do it for much longer.
No, absolutely. I mean, like you say, we picked it up as that was such long odds for him. And I've been around him for the last couple of weeks, and we've done some exhibitions together and what have you, and he's been throwing some tidy stuff. So kind of 25-1. If he saw that in the back room, that's what he's using as his fuel to add to the fire in his belly, then that's great for him.
In terms of David Evans, what would be your overall assessment of his day?
Look, we know Stretch has got some good stuff in there. Sometimes with David, he's his own biggest enemy. He expects more from himself, and then when it doesn't quite go well, sometimes he sort of shrinks in between the ears and he stops himself. We've not seen that type of Dave Evans today. He's been absolutely mustard today, and he's good for where he is in the table. You know, there's been some tidy shot. I think he's had 4-ton plus shot outs. He's really brought a game to it, and I'm sure that he's one that he's one of those that highlights things like this, and he would have practiced for 3 or 4 weeks coming into this. And why wouldn't you? There's £25,000 on offer at the end of the week. If you can't use that as motivation to practice, nothing else is.
He was smoking in more ways than one today, wasn't he, David Evans, on the stage? And there was, I suppose, a bit of a funny moment after his game against Keegan Brown. He lost by 4 legs. So this was actually Keegan's first win of the day. And whoops, yep, there goes the smoke canister.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that, was he? But, but hey, gets him some extra highlight reel at the end of the show, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Someone that certainly created his own highlight reel this year is Charlie Manby. Of all the players today, is he the one that perhaps would be scratching his head the most?
Maybe, but I think we were talking about him. We were talking him up so much before, and maybe, you know, we've done him an injustice and made him feel that it's his to be had. But I don't kind of know I don't think anything went wrong. He won his first 2 games and looked comfortable. Then he had the loss to Coulson, and he didn't kind of recover. He didn't sort of play the same. But he will go back. He will rest. He will recuperate tonight. He'll probably watch some of it back, pick up where maybe he can iron a few things out and get it right.
Is part of the problem the fact that maybe now, because of everything that he's done this year, and look, he's very level-headed with everything. We've spoken to him about it. We've had him up here in the studio a few times. But for other people, because of what he's done this year and because of what he can do, there's ultimately going to be a target on his back, isn't there?
Yeah, most definitely there is. He can't do anything about that. When you play like he does and you're showing everybody what you've got, that target is automatically put on your back by other players. And obviously everybody else in the darting world and the fans and people like us expect him to keep that level all the time, and it's just sometimes not possible.
Down the other end of the table, Tom Sykes. Scores for show, doubles for dough is probably the fairest reflection of his day.
Yeah, best way to sum that up. I mean, we've seen Tom, even before he's come here, doing 122 averages elsewhere and big averages in vaults all over the place. But those are when he actually gets out first and second dart. And today, he seems to have struggled with that. Whether it's because he's been here a few times, whether he's got a few battle scars from here, I'm not sure. He's certainly not out of it. When you score like he does, you are never out of a group. And I think Laura mentioned it earlier that there's a good possibility that he could go 5 out of 5 tomorrow with the way he's playing. However,
because there's an 8-point gap between him and Derek Coulson, and granted, yes, there's 2 more days to go as far as this group is concerned, will he be feeling as if objective number 1 out now is to get into Group B? Not writing off Group A, but making sure that you damage the limitation as much as possible.
I don't think, like I say, I don't think you can think that far ahead. I think he's got to think about tomorrow and try and make sure he wins more than he loses to get himself in a position in the last day to get to Group B. But I think that now maybe the pressure's off. He's got a lot of people around him. A lot of people in New Yorkshire expect a lot of Tom. And I just think the expectation today maybe got him a little bit. Tomorrow, now that he's at close to the foot of the table, you're going to say he can throw with a bit of freedom and really let go.
Did Dean Finn kind of learn and work out what the level is at Champions League compared to a normal week today?
I think so, but he's another. I don't think he was a million miles away from anything. He seemed to be 1 dart, 2 dart behind on a few legs. And I think this is probably one of the biggest things he's ever done up to now. And no matter what happens this week, this will be a great learning curve for him. It'll be a great step for him. And I think that he'll be fine come the end of the week. I do feel that he's got a game in him to start beating some of these tomorrow.
It's been a good start to the day. The battle for this trophy has very much begun.
It has, and what we've seen today means that I think everybody can beat everybody again tomorrow. I don't think the drama's anywhere near over on day 1.
Scotty, thank you very much. This is how the table looks overnight. Derek Coulson at the top on 10 points. David Evans and Keegan Brown on 6. Charlie Manby on 4. With Messrs Sykes and Finn on 2. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV over the course of the week and over the course of the next couple of weeks. Coming up next, it's the Modus Moment series. That is easy for one to say. And it features a couple of former champions here. Conan Whitehead and Jim McKeown will be reflecting on their trials and tribulations, their successes here at the Super Series. That's followed by a Champions Week Bullseye Challenge, which features some players that have played in Champions Week in 2025, including the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGirt, the reigning ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson, and Mervyn King, who of course is going to be at the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace in December. Derek Coulson has a lead to take into tomorrow's action when Group A comes to a close. And of course, it all builds up to Champions Night on Saturday evening from 7:30 p.m. But it is DC who is top of the table going into Tuesday. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
Please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
Will get the match start at the block
to win a week for the first time.
Great champions here.
And he finds
You are our champion.